Good evening. I'd like to call the meeting of the MPO Board of the public hearing to order. Will everyone please rise for the pledge of the invocation given by Reverend Bowers.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Eternal God, He that has made us and kept us, we thank you, O God, for bringing us here. So Lord, we ask you that as we enter upon this agenda, that you guide our hearts and our minds, that we may be sensitive to the issues at hand. We pray, O God, that you will continue to bless our elected officials who have struggled hard to lead us into a better and greater community. And Lord, we just thank you now as we proceed that you would be with us and guide us as we move forward. This we ask in the name of God, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend Bowers. We're going to open up the public comment section for non-agenda items. Public comment for non-agenda items. Is anyone here wishing to speak on non-agenda items? On non-agenda items, going once. Non-agenda items going twice. Non-agenda items gone. Move to committee reports, online comments. Mr. Clarendon.
Good evening, board members. Rich Clarendon with the MPO staff. I'm going to be very brief in terms of your committee reports. All of the committees recommended approval of the Transportation Improvement Program annual update, noting the following comments or concerns. The Citizens Advisory Committee asked that the number of comments received for and against TBX be documented in the TIP. The Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee passed a motion recommending that the MPO consider making real choices when not driving program the #1 priority for our community. And the Livable Roadways community wants agencies to set a goal of increasing walk-bike spending to at least 1% of the transportation budgets. The Citizens Technical and Livable Roadways and Policy Committees all recommended the early start TIP amendments that are on your agenda for your approval. And the Policy Committee specifically asking FDOT to take another look at the intersection of Kennedy Boulevard and Henderson Avenue for the backups that occur there on a recurring basis. In addition, the committees reviewed and commented on reports about the Coast Bike Share program success over the last 1 or 2 years, the Innovation Gateway project, and the Tampa Bay Next community meetings. In terms of the TBARTA MPO directors meeting of May 19th, the directors discussed a Safe Streets Summit plan on a regional basis for February next year. They talked about performance targets regionally for the first of several federally mandated performance metrics, including transit asset management. They discussed the June 16th joint meeting of TBARTA MPO chairs with the Central Florida MPO Alliance. That's coming up this Friday, including updates of the regional priorities for transportation regional incentive program and multi-use trails programs. And they also discussed the public input received during the May 12th Regional Transportation Leadership Workshop. The Tampa Bay Transportation Management Area Leadership Group met on June 2nd, and members recommended the list of top priorities for the Tri-County area. That would be Pasco, Pinellas, and Hillsborough County. These have been integrated into and noted in the Hillsborough MPO's draft list of priority projects. So more details are in the written summary that's part of your packet. And with your permission, I'll now move on to the summary of online comments. This was as of midday today. So we got comments from Ed Majewski, who suggested finding solutions to the traffic backups at Bierce and Bruce B. Downs intersections. One of his notes was frustration with the traffic signals that are not operating or timed properly. And he's suggesting that it's time for Hillsborough County to have a state-of-the-art traffic control system. Margaret Fernandez asked to provide a complete sidewalk along Durant Road from Lumsden Road to Mount Carmel Street. Anne Marie Cassidy asked about a privacy wall to be constructed as part of the I-275 project, as did Joe Johnson, who made note of a wall along the interstate to intercept the dust that comes to his nearby house. And then Dale, also known as Just the Truth, submitted multiple emails concerning the traffic bottleneck on the Howard Franklin Bridge, I-275, and State Road 60, which causes drivers from Pinellas to endure long backups and delays. He contends that we should not have to wait until 2025 for relief. The need is urgent, and he's suggesting that that bottleneck be taken care of first before rebuilding the bridge. I'll now move on to the comments both for and against the TBX or TB Next initiative. We received 21 comments opposed to the TBX project, many of which evidenced skepticism about how the toll lanes would work or wanted to see how it was working in other communities. Several of which proposed alternatives to the toll lanes, including beltways, a boulevard concept, and there was generally a lot of consensus about the need for better transit, as well as bicycle and walk connections. Several folks noted that the the Tampa Bay Next project is very little different from the former TBX. And at least one person noted the need for, in addition to bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure, better lighting, especially in the unincorporated areas. I'll move on now to the comments for the TBX/TB Next project. We received 13 that expressed favor, many of which noted the need for rebuilding the I-275 and State Road 60 interchange in the West Shore area. Several of which noted that the supplemental environmental impact statement process is going on as part of the TIP, and that process should play out before we take any options off the table. Several people noted the downtown interchange is also important to the regional economy, and it's a gateway to the downtown area. At least one person spoke in favor of the Florabraska Avenue Complete Streets project and the closure of that set of on-ramps and off-ramps at that location. A number of people who were in favor of the TB Next project also noted that it's not mutually exclusive with transit improvements, and the two should proceed concurrently. And the last but not least, several employers commented that their employees commute in from outside the city, and they deserve and need reliable transportation to get to job centers throughout the region. So that summarizes very briefly the comments that we received online. And if there are questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you, sir. We move to the consent agenda. We have a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Mayor Lott. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, let me know by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, likewise. Motion is adopted. That's right. I forgot Ms. Zink is on the phone representing the airport. Thank you, Ms. Zink. Before I move any further, there's a memorandum I need to read into the record. Commissioner Miller, I will be unable to attend the June 13th MPO meeting as I have a family commitment. Please read this reason for my absence to the record. This is from Commissioner Stacy White. So pass that down. We have a roll call vote on amendments to the transportation improvement plan, the one that we're in now, called Early Start. These amendments are in your backup for this. So is there a motion to accept, to approve the amendments to the present transportation? So I gotta have a motion first.
So
A motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Councilman Cohen to approve the amendments. Seeing none, have a roll call vote.
Good evening. Klug for Anderson?
Yes.
Kemp? Bowers?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Boss?
Yes.
Cohen?
Yes.
Green?
Yes.
Hagan?
Yes.
Zink for Lopano?
Yes.
Mayor Lott?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Councilman Vieira?
Yes.
Commissioner Merman?
Yes.
Councilman Maniscalco?
Yes.
Mr. Wagner?
Yes.
Ms. Stewart? And Commissioner Christ?
Yes.
Motion carried. Thank you.
Thank you. We're now moving to the public hearing to adopt the TIP for fiscal year 2017, 2012.
All right. Good evening. I'm
22,
Sarah
I'm sorry.
McKinley with MPO staff. Tonight I'm going to go over the Transportation Improvement Program for fiscal years 2017 through 2022, as well as the update to our priority list, and this is for fiscal years 2019 through 2023. All right, what is the TIP? The TIP is the work program for the next 5 years. It's the first 5 years of the long-range transportation plan. It shows all the costs and phases of the projects included, and it is reviewed by USDOT for federal funding. The TIP, again, it's the financial plan. It has all those sources and funds for the projects. There is a project evaluation process that goes into this. It highlights all of the major changes from the past year. As well as includes the local agencies and local jurisdictions for informational purposes as well. The MPO's role is they prioritize projects, or y'all prioritize projects, as sort of a wish list. There's about $15 million in discretionary funds that includes the Transportation Alternative Program, as well as the Surface Transportation Program, and these are federally funded programs. There is also the region-wide sources of funding, and this includes the Transportation Regional Incentives Program, or TRIP, and then the Sun Trail Program, and those are both state-funded programs. The MPO cannot remove any, or the MPO, sorry, can remove any projects from the TIP, but they cannot direct where those funds are spent. All right. Where are we now? Our priorities were last updated in August 2015 with a soft update in September 2016. From November to December, FDOT prioritizes the tentative work program, which will be adopted and signed off by the governor July 1. Tonight, we are here to, again, hear the Transportation Improvement Program as well as the update to the priorities, and those will be submitted to FDOT for review by July 15th. This is a breakdown of the funds in the FDOT work program by work type. As you can see, a little under or a little over 0.5% is for walk bike. The ports, airports, and rails accounts for about 21%. Roadway capacity has gone down this year and accounts for about 15%. Bridges and maintenance went up slightly this year and accounts for 13%. Transportation demand management in our transit is a little under 10%. We have the intersections and ITS signal updates. This accounts for about 26%. And then the planning studies is about 12%. These are the use of the funds for our jurisdictional partners. As you can see, a large portion of that accounts for ports and airports. This is because our ports are a lot of higher funded projects, as well as the airport is going through a major update and investment. Transit accounts for about 11% of this. The roadway capacity projects is about 15%. Bridge maintenance is about 10%. And then the ITS intersection signals, planning studies, and walk bike accounts for about 4% of this. The Surface Transportation Program, again, these are those funds that the MPO allocates. Again, this accounts for about 15 million of the federal funds, and then those state fund programs as well. The walk bike actually accounts for 5% of these funds. Roadway capacity is a little over 25%. Bridge maintenance is about 13%. Transit, a little under a quarter at 23%. And then we have our planning studies and intersections about 3%, and then signals another 29%. And a lot of the projects that we've had lately include like the Tampa ATMS update and the Hillsborough County's Dale Mabry update. And so those have been big portions of this funding as well. All right, what are the new projects that we have in the TIP this year? The way that we prioritize projects is based off of how we've built our LRTP, or Long Range Transportation Plan. We have 5 programs that we utilize for this, and these came out of our Imagine 2040 public outreach. These include preserving the system, which is our resurfacing, bridge maintenance, and bus maintenance repair. Also, the reduced crashes and vulnerability. These are some of those smaller walk-bike improvements. Minimizing traffic for drivers and shippers. These are some of those ITS signal prioritization projects. Real choices when not driving. These are our bigger transit projects as well as trail projects. And then major capacity for economic growth. These include the bigger ticket capacity projects. And then of this, the projects that are funded for construction can be found in Table 1 of the Transportation Improvement Program document. All right, we have 3 resurfacing projects this year. We have State Road 674, we have I-75 to the Manatee County Lane from County Road 672, as well as County Road 39 Alexander Street. We have $4 million that was allocated in the new 5th year for Hart bus replacement, as well as some bridge projects on Courtney Campbell Causeway, US 92, and then I want to point out the Maydell Bridge. This is a project that the county's been working closely with DOT on getting funded, and this also includes the funding for the trail segment, as you'll see as well. For the rail crashes, or reducing crashes and vulnerability, we have Florida, Nebraska has been moved up into fiscal year 22. We're asking that that get moved up even further as a priority. We have US 41, some walk bike improvements, Morris Bridge Road, adding some side path and paved shoulders, and then more elementary, Gibsonton Elementary and Kenley Elementary. Those were 3 that were included in the roll forward or early start amendments that y'all just approved, as well as Alexander Street, and then the Heights Multimodal Vision and Implementation Plan. This is funded for fiscal year 22. As part of our priorities, we're also asking that this be moved up in funding as well. All right, managing traffic for drivers and shippers. This includes 2 signal pole updates at US 41 in Nebraska and 56 at Whiteway Drive, as well as the Gibsonton I-75 interchange, which is the planning city going into improving the eastbound and northbound on-ramps. Real choices when not driving. This includes the first segment of the South Coast Greenway, also the Tampa Bay Bypass Canal Trail, PD&E, that you just approved along with those early starts as well. Again, the Maydell Bridge with the trail segment, the Green Spine cycle track from Willow to Carlton, as well as the trailhead connection at 19th and Adamo for the Selman Greenway. For those major projects for economic growth, we have the widening of State Road 60 from Valrico to Dover Road. We also have US 41 for the grade separation at the CSX tracks there, as well as Big Bennett I-75 to construct the southbound off-ramps. As far as the Tampa Bay Express projects go, Section 13, the Howard Franklin Bridge, is set for design build in fiscal year 20. Section 4 has right-of-way included, but this is voluntary right-of-way only. And then we also have Section 5, which has $101 million for design build in FY22. Sections 6, 7, and 8 all have the supplemental environmental impact statement underway, and there's no construction funding before fiscal year 22. And this map is in here just for your reference. All right, now I'm going to go through our TIP priorities. Again, this is for fiscal years 2019 through 2023. In February, we met with all of our jurisdictional partners and agencies. They provided us letters with their updated priorities by March 15th. We had a workshop with our policy committee March 28th. We submitted those priorities to DOT March 31st, and then we've gone through our committees, and here we are now at the June 13th public hearing. Now I'm going to go through each of our jurisdictional priorities. As you can see, there's some in blue and some in purple. I'm only going to focus on those in purple. Those are the projects that are unfunded still. There's the I-75 Big Bend interchange. The county has updated the request for the entire improvement of this interchange, and that accounts for $47.8 million. We have the Upper Tampa Bay Trail. We are working with county staff to continue to figure out the alignment for this and finalize that. Again, the Tampa Bay Bypass Canal Trail, and then the South Coast Greenway. For the city of Tampa, we have the 3 additional phases of the Green Spine Cycle Track. And then we also have a request for the modern streetcar extension study to prioritize this for any federal fundings and state fundings that can come out of the recommendations of the current modern streetcar extension study. They've also prioritized the West River Greenway. There's a couple holes that are left on this trail, and so we have submitted a new T application for this. We also have the South Tampa Greenway and then the Green Artery. We received 2 Transportation Alternative Program applications for this year, and this includes the 2 northern segments between Lowry and Sulphur Springs Park and 22nd Park. And this is sort of what those look like. All right, we also have, for Plant City, we have the Sam Allen Road widening to 4 lanes. We have the 3 intersection projects that they're asking for construction funding for. We have also widening of US 92. And then Rice Roads and East Sam Allen Road. These are extension studies that are going on. The MPO has a study going on to look at extending these to the Polk County line. And then we're looking at the recommendations from that to be funded as project design and environmental. And that's what those projects look like. All right. Temple Terrace, we have the Davis Road extension. They are still in need for additional $3.8 million for construction. They have a shared use path to connect Temple Terrace to USF. The complete street along Bullard Parkway and Temple Terrace Highway. The MPO currently has a study, feasibility study for this going on. We also have the light vehicle footbridge from the Hillsborough River to Whiteway Drive, as well as an access management study on the east side of I-75 at Fowler. All right, Hart, we got quite a few priorities from them this year. Again, their bus replacement for the CNG buses is a continuing priority for us, as well as the paratransit vehicle replacement. They've asked for a CNG station duplex compressor, some stormwater improvements to their maintenance facility, and improvements to Marion Transit Center. They're also prioritizing some ITS replacement for all of their buses. This is fleet-wide. And then the fare box replacement, this is also fleet-wide. We have the expansion of the existing our facility on 21st Avenue, as well as we're continuing to prioritize the East-West Metro Rapid for construction, a fiber optic ring between jurisdictions, and the streetcar maintenance improvements, which is an ongoing priority as well. All right. The port, we received on-port and off-port priorities. Of their on-port priorities, there's some that go along with the Channel District master plan that they've developed. This includes York Street as a pedestrian promenade, realigning McKay Street, and then adding 2 new roads, Channel Side Lane, Central Street, as well as an intermodal center. At Hooker's Point, we have for Guy Verger Boulevard some improvements to the entrance to the container yard, as well as Port Red Wing. We have a new rail spur and some improvements to their East Cargo Access Road. Their off-port priorities include a redesign of Channelside Drive. The city currently has a study looking at a portion of this for Complete Street, and they are looking to redesign the entire thing from Adamo to Meridian as a complete street. We also have Causeway Boulevard, some operational improvements, Madison Avenue widening from 2 to 4 lanes, and then some improvements of grade separation, widening, and operational improvements for US 41, as well as they've also prioritized the I-4 segment of the Tampa Bay Express projects. The Tampa Hillsborough Expressway Authority, they, like I said, the trailhead is funded for construction for the Selman Greenway. They had 2 additional priorities. The connection between Nucio Parkway and Adamo, we're working with the city as they're getting the new eastern portion of the Green Spine Cycle Track funded from 7th or Nebraska to 7th Avenue. We're working with them to help construct this portion as well. Right. And then we also have some projects that came out of our MPO studies and previous actions from the board. These include the Dale Mabry Overpass, Columbus Drive at 17th, 18th, and 19th for the finalization of the two-way conversion. We have the Florida Avenue, Tampa Street. This is, again, that Heights multimodal plan, and we are asking that that be moved up to fiscal year 2018. We have the George Road Complete Street program, or project. The airporter, this is a long-term priority. This is that premium transit that would be utilizing the express lanes going from downtown to the airport, USF, St. Pete, all the way through. We also have the Bush Boulevard multimodal study. The MPO has been working with FDOT on finalizing this project and prioritizing it, as well as the Kennedy Boulevard multimodal safety improvement study. We have a feasibility study that we're working with the city on some of their stormwater improvements as well as the Gandy Trail Bridge, and then the water transit feasibility study. All right, as far as the TMA leadership group goes, there are some updated priorities that have been finalized in the last couple of weeks. All of these projects are sort of the top of the list of that major investment for economic growth category. These include the I-275 capacity projects, including the interchanges, the express lane segments, the transit centers at Gateway and Fletcher and Fowler, as well as the Howard Franklin Bridge replacement. There's also the regional transit catalyst projects that they're calling them. This includes, for our portion, the West Shore Multimodal Center, the regional transit feasibility study, the regional express bus study as well. There's also the CSX rail corridors. We're requesting funding for this. This is sort of, will piggyback on top of what comes out of the regional transit study, as well as I-75 improvements, specifically Big Bend at I-75, and then the waterborne transit projects. This is looking at that connection that we had the pilot study to St. Pete, as well as getting the McDill, or Apollo Beach to McDill going as well. We also have some projects that we'd like to move forward for regional grants. This includes for the TRIP program, or the Transportation Regional Incentive Program, the Big Bend Interchange, as well as some of our Sun Trail projects, including the Upper Tampa Bay Trail, the Tampa Bay Bypass Canal Trail, the remaining segments of the Green Spine, as well as the I-275 Greenway extension. All right. This is the conclusion of my presentation. Our recommended action is that the MPO adopt the Transportation Improvement Program for fiscal year 2018 through 2022, as well as the Transportation Improvement Program priorities for fiscal year 19 through 23, and forward the eligible priority projects to the TBAR to CCC for consideration of regional grants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We now move to the public comment portion of the agenda. Commissioner Hagan, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Board members, there's a number of people here this evening, and I certainly want to hear from all of them. I'm not sure about each one of you, but I'm unable to stay here till 1 or 2 a.m. this morning. So it's common on the Board of County Commissioners that when we have a large crowd, that we change the public comment from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. So I'm going to make a motion that we do that here this evening.
There's a motion by, excuse me. We can clear the room. We won't have anyone here at all. There's a motion by Commissioner Hagan to reduce the comments time to 2 minutes, second by Commissioner Merman. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner Cohen, did you want to comment on that?
Not on that.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise? No. Opposed. Roll call vote.
Mr. Klug for Anderson?
Aye.
Kemp? No. Mr. Bowers?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Boss?
Yes.
Councilman Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hagan?
Yes.
Ms. Zink for Lopano?
Yes.
Mayor Lott?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Councilman Vieira?
Yes.
Commissioner Merman?
Yes.
Councilman Maniscalco?
No.
Mr. Wagoner?
Yes.
Ms. Stewart? And Commissioner Christ?
No.
Motion carried.
Motion is adopted. Councilman Cohen, you recognize.
Before we get to the public comment, could Ms. McKinley come back up for 1 second? Because
Yes, where is she?
when we were going through the presentation, and she showed the language that was the TMA's priority list, I believe that that language was not actually what we settled on, and I want to make sure that that language is correct, because the language that she showed on the screen, I believe, included the express lanes, and we had a pretty long and substantive discussion with Pinellas and Pasco counties at the TMA meeting, and we changed this language considerably and left the evaluation of what was going to be on the expressway much more open-ended than that. So I want to go back to that language if we could.
She just walked in.
Oh, okay. In the presentation, could we go back to the TMA leadership group priorities? Okay.
I could probably appear this out.
Do you want to speak before she speaks?
Sure.
Yeah.
I can respond to this. What you're actually adopting is the list of priority projects in the Transportation Improvement Program. And I'm just double checking that. It'll be in your
There we
agenda
go.
packet. But it is priority number 40 on your list of priority projects. And the description is funding is requested for reconstruction of 2 interchanges, I-275 State Route 60 and I-275 I-4. Interstate modernization, including technology, reevaluation of Tampa Interstate Study EIS, and for locational studies for transit centers in the Gateway and Fletcher/Fowler areas. Environmental impact studies are underway, and construction is funded for the Howard Franklin Bridge replacement. And that's what's in the document.
So I just want to point out that in this, it says construction of I-275 express lane segments, and we expressly took that out of the language that was approved by the 3 counties.
Correct. And so that should have been corrected in the slide. I apologize.
Commissioner Merwin, you recognize.
Chair. Plus, we did not have that Fletcher Gateway language in there either, in that
Yes,
first
it does.
paragraph. It does, is in there, but we did not approve that at the meeting.
Yeah, that one is.
That was part of the TMA leadership group's text and was not changed by the TMA leadership group.
Oh, I see what you mean. You're right. We did not discuss that at the meeting at all.
We did not discuss that at our most recent TMA meeting, so that needs to also, I just think, we did, not all the language, there's differences in everything on here, and I think if you would just adopt what we did, if we could, when we get to approve it, we're just going to have staff insert in here exactly what was approved at the TMA meeting. The priorities, unless your staff can go get that and copy it for everybody so everybody can see it. Because, well then if staff could copy that and distribute it to everybody, then, when we go to make a motion on this, we'll insert that language.
Sure, it is in your board agenda packets as part of the committee reports, and it does refer to the transit center, studies for transit centers in the Gateway and Fletcher/Fowler areas. That was a holdover from last year's TMA leadership group priorities, but the leadership group did not ask for that language to be removed, and so it stayed in the language, in the description.
Okay, does anyone else want to speak on anything before we move into the public comment? Do we have to have something printed or run off so everybody can be up on the same sheet of music? Don't want to make any motions and everyone's confused when we make those motions. Our hearts and minds satisfied before moving to it?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we can.
All right. Going to move into the public comment now. The first person we have is Mike Peterson.
Good evening, Mike Peterson for the Greater Tampa Realtor Association, reiterating our support for much-needed improvements to our interstate system as presented before you in the tip tonight. Recall these improvements have been anticipated for at least 20 years, yet you asked for additional study, and that's underway. Some of you had concerns with the leadership of DOT on this project. A lot of change has occurred. Some of you wanted more emphasis on transit. We now have a regional transit study underway. But don't confuse your desires for transit funding with the funding of these interstate projects that come under the Strategic Intermodal Systems funding. Those kind of projects have to do with moving freight in high traffic volumes, and you can't just freely grab that money and take it to transit no matter how much you may wish you can. So we need to be talking about both. We need to be funding both our interstate system and our region's transit needs, and they don't need to be mutually exclusive. Touting Tampa as the West Coast hub around which the Tampa Bay Metro revolves comes with obligations in addition to the glory. Over 1 million people are expected to come to this region in our current planning horizons. Who can say that our interstate spine doesn't need to be improved to accommodate that? So while yes, we need to also talk about transit and do a better job pushing that forward, we don't need to kill our interstate projects that are well underway under these proposals. Let the revised review that you asked for play out without premature interference. Let the greater good be weighed against the local impacts and what mitigation is being offered to lessen those impacts. To do otherwise seems rash and unnecessary at this time. Popularity or politics should not be the drivers of professional planning.
Thank
Let
you very
another
much.
year
Thank you very much.
show us all what's next for
Thank
Tampa
you.
Bay next.
Next is Rick Fernandez. Rick Fernandez will have 12 minutes because he has his two, and Connie Rose, Tim Keyports, Kitty Wallace, Stan Lassiter, and Candace Savitz have given him their minutes, so you have 12 minutes.
Thank you, sir. And before I move directly into my comments, I do want to thank those folks for being so nice for ceding their time to me. I appreciate it. I hope I do them some honor standing here today. And also, while it may not do me any good, I hope that you folks will reconsider the motion that was made earlier about reducing the amount of time that we will have standing here. There is, first of all, an argument of fundamental fairness, making that change at the last moment as we're sitting here after preparation. And beyond that, there's absolutely no showing that we have a crowd here today of sufficient size to warrant that limitation. So I will accept the burdens of that limitation on myself, but I hope someone will make a motion to reconsider, at least determine how many people are down in the lobby, if any. With that said, when I stood, Rick Fernandez, 2906 North Elmore Avenue, Tampa, 33602, Tampa Heights. I'm the president of the Tampa Heights Civic Association. When I was with you here last year, I asked you, along with friends and neighbors, to remove TBX from the tip. In doing so, I quoted in my closing comments, I quoted a Tampa Bay Times editorial that was published June 17 of that year. Quote, "Make no mistake, the requirement to build and maintain new highway lanes with tolls under Governor Rick Scott is about saving the state money, not economic fairness or efficiently moving traffic. I emphasize again, not fairness or efficiency." I asked rhetorically, as I do today, if that is true, and I firmly believe that is true, why are we still debating any component of TBX? Why is this dog still barking? We are long past its sell-by date, in my humble opinion. Now, as we know, TBX survived the tip vote last year, not because it was found to be a great plan, anything but. In fact, if you sat in this room, the only takeaway you could have is the plan was deeply flawed, it needed a lot of work, and we needed to continue talking about it. The only justification that I could find for the vote was that if you took TBX off the tip, somehow we would stop talking about transit, as if my friends and I need to have a gun cocked to our head to talk about transit. That was silly, but it's what we lived with. Now, there was a comment made that has stuck with me for a year, and I'm glad to have at least the opportunity to address it here. One of your number, no one sitting here today, made the comment that if TBX were targeted at his historic community, and it happened to be Plant City, and it wasn't you, Mayor, you weren't here that day, but if TBX were targeted at his historic neighborhood in Plant City, he would be fighting it tooth and nail. But, alas, it's not. It's targeted at my neighborhood. It's targeted at Chris Vella's neighborhood. It's targeted at Michelle Cookson's neighborhood. So, it's fine. Let's go ahead and okay it. He was going to support it for the good of the region. It's always about the region. I'm going to spare you any colorful commentary about my visceral reaction to that when that message was delivered at 2 o'clock in the morning. Suffice to say, after some time, I regained some perspective. And ultimately, frankly, I'm thankful for the comment, because what it did ultimately, it was emblematic of TBX's original sin. From inception, TBX has picked winners and losers. From the first day that it rolled out to and including today, it's always about enhancement for you, mitigation for us. It has always been that way. If we have learned nothing over the last 2 years, I hope we have at least learned this. There is no such thing as a regional solution where one part of the region benefits to the detriment of another. As long as we continue down that path, which I tell you is the TBX path, we will never find a regional solution that will help to get us out of the transit abyss that we have been in forever, at least since mid-last century. All right, let me take a breath. I get wound up. When we left here last year, we were under injunction from this MPO board. We were told, go forth and collaborate. Go talk. FDOT, on their part, they were given homework. Commissioner Merman and others here, there was a motion on the table. There were certain ornaments that were put on that motion, much like Commissioner Miller did the year before. They were to report to you quarterly. They were supposed to conduct studies, find information about economic impacts, etc., and then report back to you. I can tell you that on the collaboration front, it was basically crickets from June of 2016 until April of this year when we went on the St. Louis trip, which, by the way, was a good trip. I have nothing negative to say about the trip, and thank you for, Commissioner Miller, I think you had something to do with that. Thank you for getting me on the list. But really, there was no collaboration going on for that, 10-month period of time. As far as I know, the studies that were called for by this group, I'm not sure of any deliverables that have come from that. If they are out there, I haven't seen them. Now, that's not to say that there has not been activity during this year. Obviously, there have been significant shakeups at the FDOT level, both at the state and at District 7. There's been some political upheaval related to a couple of auxiliary lanes over on the Howard Franklin Bridge that was a little tricky to navigate for a time, and a story that was told in Legos. That was kind of funny and unfortunate, but it brought forward a point, which is that when it comes to TBX, the devil is in the details. If you don't burrow in, if you're not really careful, you're going to get burned. We in the neighborhoods know that all too well. Some of you, related to that Howard Franklin dust-up, you learned it there. It's hard to know everything that's going on. So where are we now? We're supposedly in a new day. A few weeks ago, FDOT rolled out Tampa Bay Next, which I'll refer to as TBN. Not really sure what that means. We've gotten a few steps down the road. The question that prevails among the group of folks that I generally speak with is TBN just a repackaging of the same old plan, or is it truly something new? I come here today to tell you I am choosing to believe it is something new, that it is intended to be something new, and that there is good faith on the part of at least some at the Florida Department of Transportation to see that is the case. I'm choosing to believe that because I am cautiously optimistic about much in my life, but I can be convinced otherwise. So where are we today with regard to the tip? If, in fact, we are in a new day, then TBX should be in a bureaucratic timeout. Effectively, what FDOT has told us is we've been dealing with TBX now for 2 years. We're putting it on a shelf, and we're going to start talking to the community about what it is they want. No longer are we going to try to cram a plan down their throat. We're going to do a bottom-up sort of approach, as they did in St. Louis, and see if we can come up with some plans that are community-generated. I hope that's true, but when I look at the tip, it's kind of hard to maintain my cautious optimism because TBX DNA is scattered throughout. I, honest to God, don't know how to attack the tip this year. It's very nuanced, and you all just made some changes in your colloquy a few moments ago, and I'm not sure how that affects anything. So I'm just going to have to relate to the hearing notice that brought us here today and tell you that to the extent that TBX or any TBX-related projects still appear as priorities in our tip, they should be gone. TBX deserves no prioritization over and above any other plan that this community might be able to contribute to the discussion. Not now, and not until evaluations have been completed. It is simply intellectually dishonest to have it there. We either are in a new day or we're not. So if TBX is still in the tip, everything having to do with this new plan is nothing but a shell game. And I do not want to believe that. And I don't think that's what you all want to believe either. So I hope somebody is held accountable and we make sure that that is clear. All right. Before I stroke out. Now I'm going to do the thing that I've been looking forward to doing more than anything else tonight, and that's introducing you to the future in the form of one Joshua Frank. Josh is sitting right back here. I think he's speaker number 24, if I'm not mistaken. In a few moments, well, however long it takes to get 24, a little later, he's going to be talking to us about one of the most exciting visions to arise from both the TBX charrette process and the Tampa Bay Next working groups. We've only had two, a regional one and a downtown one, but this project continues to surface. Imagine for a moment the replacement of Interstate 275 north of downtown with a boulevard. Imagine the potential benefit of replacing the Seminole Heights, Ybor, and Tampa Heights portions of I-275 with a wide, landscaped boulevard featuring bike and pedestrian paths and even light commuter rail. That is the vision Josh captures in his work. That is the vision he is going to share with you today. And as I understand it, it's an offshoot of his master's thesis from the University of South Florida. Josh has earned master's degrees in architecture and urban and community design from the University of South Florida, earned in 2016. He is a license-seeking architect, urban designer, and president-elect of the Urban Charrette. He lives in Ybor City. I, for one, am very glad he's here. My question is, will he and others like him, that millennial generation, will they come? Will they stay? The decisions you're going to be making tonight and into the future regarding transportation will go a long way to making those decisions for that generation. Listen to Josh. Listen and observe his passion and ideas. That, ladies and gentlemen, is the future of our community. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate your time.
Mr. Fernandez, thank you very, very much. Next is Nicole Rice. Ms. Rice, you have 2 minutes.
My name is Nicole Rice at 6009 North Orange Blossom Avenue. First and foremost, we need to stop propagating the false assessment and misinformation campaign that our future transit options in this region are contingent on approving TBX from downtown to the north area of Bears. We have to stop that now. As far as it's concerned, it's confusing, it is misleading in negotiations between officials and the community. I am requesting that you as the MPO remove TBX funding from the TIP completely. Immediately remove all right-of-way funding and cease all land acquisition for TBX and Tampa Bay Next. If they are really doing a reset, why can they not take away land acquisition as an act of good faith as we revisit and reevaluate the future of this project? We also would like to ask that FDOT partner, finally, with all transit funding agencies regarding the future public transit planning for this region. Adopt and prioritize in the TIP 2040 vision plan and the complete street standards in regards to all future FDOT Hillsborough County, City of Tampa infrastructure planning. Increase the funding to HART for vehicle acquisition, for right-of-way infrastructure and expansion of regional terminal stations. Try posting something perhaps on buses or in regional transportation areas for people who take the bus to get input back from people who are actually relying on it. I also recommend now that the Board of County Commissioners finally revisit creating a county transportation tax to fund our public transportation needs. The time is now. I also would like to ask you as a member of Seminole Heights and also for the safety of my community and others coming through, it is imperative to urban core development that we move funding for the Florida Avenue Highland Two-Way Study Heights Mobility Plan from the 2022 TIP to the 2018 TIP immediately. Thank you.
Ms. Rice. Next is Doug Jessup. He will have 4 minutes because Melina Spacas has given him her 2.
Thank you. Doug Jessup, 6007 Suwannee Avenue, Tampa. Item 40 on the current TIP falls under the rubric Major Investments for Economic Growth and includes the now defunct TBX proposal. This is remarkable in view of the fact that interstates in the urban core contribute nothing to economic growth. Indeed, the scholarly literature on this point is unanimous. To take one example, if Robert Moses had had his way in the early 1960s, his lower Manhattan Expressway would have demolished much of Chelsea and Soho, reducing to nothing what is now some of the nation's most valuable real estate, all in the name of speeding commuters through the city. Tampa is hardly Manhattan, but the economic damage inflicted by its interstate system is undeniable. Despite FDOT's best efforts, its campaign to destroy it, the city is now seeing impressive growth in downtown, Ybor, in Tampa Heights, in Seminole Heights, and elsewhere. And yet, this economic growth is threatened by whatever scheme is being cooked up to replace TBX. Given that interstates in the urban area are known to depress economic activity, one might well wonder why so many business leaders insist that projects like TBX are essential to future growth. Part of the answer is that these people are eager to see public money pumped into the local economy regardless of how it might be spent. If the legislature offered $1 billion to this county on condition that funds be spent on nudist camps, skate parks, and rum distilleries, the Tampa Chamber of Commerce would back that proposal with enthusiasm, and the Tampa Bay Partnership would declare it a key to the region's economic future. The point is, they don't care what the money's spent on, they just want money dumped in. A second reason that some business leaders see interstates as pro-growth is the fact that many people here see economic growth and suburban sprawl as the same thing. There is no question that TBX is engineered to promote sprawl by promising residents of remote suburbs a shorter commute time. However, sprawl is extremely expensive for local governments, and it provides significantly fewer economic benefits than denser urban development. Moreover, experience has definitively shown that adding express toll lanes does nothing to ease congestion or to reduce commute times. Thus, the supposed benefits of TBX and any of its successor schemes are entirely illusory. Economists are fond of the old saying that unsustainable trends tend not to be sustained. The decades of pro-sprawl transportation policy in Hillsborough County are a prime example of an unsustainable trend. We are caught up in a vicious circle of adding interstate capacity, which damages the urban core while encouraging more suburban sprawl, which clogs the roads with more traffic, which leads to demand for more interstate capacity. I contend that we've reached the sprawl event horizon and the whole mess is set to collapse in back upon itself. It's time to do something different. You can begin by taking TBX out of the TIP. But what would follow? I suggest, as we've already heard, that Joshua Frank's proposal for ripping out I-275 from Bears down to the junction is a very good start. Urban freeway removal happens to be the most effective way of using transportation money to produce economic gains. Everywhere this has been tried, it has been a success. In Paris, in Seoul, in Toronto, in San Francisco, even in Oklahoma City. Think of that. We lag behind Oklahoma City. How sad is that? All right. Now, the fact is, people think, well, if you take the freeways away, that's going to destroy everything. It doesn't work that way. Consider, just as an example, the I-35W bridge collapse in Minneapolis. Without warning, the entire north-south interstate system was wiped out for a number of months. If it were true that interstates were essential to economic sustainability, that would have wiped out Minneapolis. In fact, there was no economic benefit or detriment to the removal of the interstate. Therefore, I say, think beyond TBX. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, for the record, when you come forth, we're going to need your name and address, and I'm going to ask that we do not start the clock until they completed giving you their name and address, okay? Next is Jay Bosch.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jay Bosch. I am here today representing the West Shore Alliance, 3109 West Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. I have the honor of actually serving as the president right now of the West Shore Alliance, and I'm here to express our organization's support of the proposed Hillsborough County Transportation Improvement Program. Rebuilding the West Shore interchange of I-275 at Memorial, which is a component of the interstate projects identified in the TIP, has been our organization's top priority for many, many years. The daily bottlenecks and backups we used to have there, they used to be a rush hour issue. Now it happens at all times of the day, and it seems to be getting worse. With the completion soon of the I-275 widening from downtown to West Shore, the imminent completion of the Veterans Expressway expansion, and the future Howard Franklin Bridge rebuild, the reconstruction of this particular interchange becomes critical. Equally important to the entire West Shore Business District is the introduction of the north and south local street connections underneath I-275. These added pathways will greatly improve traffic circulation for West Shore's 15,000 residents and growing, 93,000 employees, and thousands of visitors staying at the West Shore hotels, dining at West Shore restaurants, and shopping at the 2 regional shopping centers. And we should keep focus on the future connectivity to other transportation pieces, like someday having access to and from Tampa International Airport at the future West Shore multimodal station. The Alliance supports the current transportation improvement program because simply our community needs transit options. Your approval this evening will allow the review and planning for mass transit options and connections to continue on. I thank you for your thoughtful consideration and leadership as you shape the future transportation for all of us who live, work, and visit in Hillsborough County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sam Gibbons.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sam Gibbons. I live at 9466 North Forest Hills Place, Tampa, Florida. I'm currently pursuing a master's degree in sustainable transportation at the University of South Florida, Global School of Sustainability, and my bachelor's degree is from Florida State University in Economics and Public Policy. I come before you today a concerned citizen, one that's looking toward the future of Tampa, the city I was born and raised in, as was the 3 generations before me. The interstate system, when it was first brought to Tampa and the region, destroyed the communities within it. It bisected, and it will again do the same if it's widened for the 3rd time. These toll lanes will not meaningfully ease congestion, just like the last expansion didn't, and only created a new set of problems. Yet FDOT is here again with its hammer, treating everything like a nail. In their ignorance, they're only exacerbating poverty and crippling our beautiful communities. Sinking more funds into this already and will always be failing interstate system will only postpone its inevitable demise. And you today can be on the right side of history by rejecting the flow of funds from the TIP. I ask this board to please look to the future of the city and allow it to be more than a pass-through for people that wished Tampa wasn't here in the first place. To focus its efforts on projects that will provide quality of life improvement within our city and the region, for which we are unequivocally one of the most dangerous regions and the most dangerous state in the country for pedestrians and bicyclists. I ask you today to deny FDOT their continued dictatorship and this sham of a reset from the Tampa Bay Next, which is nothing more than a paint job on TBX. This expansion of the interstate system is not what the community of Tampa wants. It's not what this region needs. And bringing this system through our city is one of 2 votes my grandfather regretted casting in his 44 years representing us. And I implore you today with tears in my eyes, help us in this fight today so that we can work on a better Tampa Bay tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Walters.
Hi, Joe Walters, 2015 Maple Avenue, Tampa, Florida. I'm requesting that the MPO remove the TBX funding from the TIP completely, and I urge the MPO to start planning for our community's inevitable future. We are destined to become a modern cosmopolitan metropolis. We need to start acting like it. We need to stop putting money into expensive toll roads that many can't afford to use and devastate our urban neighborhoods, and start the process of repairing them and encouraging the development already happening. I believe that starts with providing the people of our city with a way to live without a car. I believe this is a proposal everyone can get behind. The benefits are the same for both business owners and the working people of the community. In some households, car payments, vehicle maintenance, and fuel costs may constitute a third of a family's income. If we provide a way to free these people from this burden, then we can simultaneously get people to local businesses efficiently and free up income they can use to spend in our local economy. Public transportation goes a long way to attract the best and brightest to live in paradise. My generation wants to ride trains and bikes, and we like to walk around. The aerospace, medical, and service industries could invest in their future workforce by investing in transit now. And I'd like to add, Tampa is weird, Hillsborough County is weird, and we do weird well, like our trolley. The Hillsborough River cuts through New Tampa, USF, and our urban core. The Palm River goes east and north from McKay Bay. The traffic nightmare developing in East Bay and along the Alafaya River are just a ferry ride across the bay from downtown. Please invest in a transit plan that includes rail and other public transportation. Please invest in our future. Thank you.
Remember, we do weird well, okay? Just like that. I won't forget that one. Adam Metz.
Good evening. Aaron Metz, 2449 Indian Trails, Palm Harbor, Pinellas County. So my wife and I are daily commuters to MacDill and downtown Tampa. Following the 2014 Greenlight Pinellas loss, I asked my county commissioners to please lead a regional solution to Tampa's transportation problem. It is my understanding that 15 candidate regional transit solutions will be presented this August through the Florida Department of Transportation's Regional Transit Feasibility Plan. I am asking all of you in leadership positions to please follow these 15 candidate projects closely and apply pressure to have all 15 candidate projects available in detail for public discussion with sufficient time to determine which of the 3 projects we want. That said, I do believe this controversial Tampa Bay Express toll road project should be amongst these 15 candidates. I support FDOT's 5 project corridors that were down-selected from 65. I want a regional transportation system built on fixed guideways, either on or over public roads, which are served at multi-mode transit hubs every 3 to 5 miles. Multi-mode transit hubs can be built on privately owned property under long-term public-private partnership agreement. A flexible, locally designed approach allowing competitive real estate development will yield much higher returns on investment while providing all citizens and our guests access to Tampa Bay's world-class transit infrastructure. This is our time. Let's get it right this time. And thank you for your service.
Thank you. Maya Trotz, she will have 6 minutes because Rachel Gross and Heather Frankel have given her their minutes.
Maya Trotz, 11729 Raintree Drive, Tampa, Florida. Good afternoon. Thank you to Rochelle and Heather for ceding me their time. At USF, we are a high-impact global research university serving more than 48,000 students, employing more than 1,800 faculty and over 7,000 staff. On the USF Tampa campus, 56% of our population is female and 33% are underrepresented minorities. Two-thirds are Hispanic and one-third are African American. I am very proud to be an associate professor of civil and environmental engineering at USF, my home institution for the past 13 years. When I started at USF, many departments in the College of Engineering had never graduated an African American or Hispanic student, and there were no female faculty who looked like me in the College of Engineering. There are 2 right now, which is not anything to shout home about. In 2013, USF was actually ranked as a top 5 producer nationally for conferring engineering doctorates to both African American and Hispanic students. We have been working extremely hard and believe that it makes economic sense to design with diversity. We have a $1.5 billion annual budget and an economic impact of $4.4 billion. We were ranked the nation's 5th fastest growing research university from 2000 to 2010. And in 2016, we set a new record, ranking 5th among American public universities and 11th among universities worldwide in generating US patents. We even ranked higher than the University of Florida. We are one of only 40 public research universities nationwide with very high research activity, a distinction attained by only 2.3% of all universities. And we're also designated as community engaged by the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching. The purpose of community engagement is the partnership of the university knowledge and resources with those of the public and private sectors to address critical societal issues and contribute to the public good. Tampa's mobility challenge is a critical society issue. To say that we are here in 2017 speaking of a Tampa Bay reset, of a whatever we're calling, a TBEX reset Tampa Bay next, knowing that a part of USF was responsible for the initial community engaged workshops is not something terribly proud that I have to say about the university. But be assured that we are a community engaged university and we are committed to contributing to mobility challenges for the Tampa Bay region. As a civil engineer, I need to speak about the American Society of Civil Engineers, the nation's oldest engineering society. Founded in 1852, they represent over 150,000 civil engineers, many of whom will be employed by what you are calling TBX, or what you may be still including in the Tampa Bay Next project with your express toll lanes. ASCE stands at the forefront of a profession that plans, designs, constructs, operates our built environment, while protecting and restoring the national environment. This is what we have as a mission statement on a website. And right now, there are 3 strategic initiatives that ASC is pushing: raising the bar, an ASC Grand Challenge, and sustainable infrastructure. Raising the bar says that there are complex challenges facing 21st century society that will require professional civil engineers to advance their technical excellence and professional leadership to continue to protect the public. So future engineers civil engineers will have to master many new fields, including sustainability. In the environmental engineering program, we do a lot of sustainability work, along with other colleagues in many other disciplines at the university. The ASC Grand Challenge recognizes that we need to rethink life cycle costs and drive transformational change from planning to design to delivery. And this idea of sustainable infrastructure, that we need to maintain and modernize America's deteriorating infrastructure as well as making our communities sustainable. I would urge that anyone looking at the Tampa Improvement Plan consider that anything we do should look to become a sustainable infrastructure as certified by the American Society of Civil Engineers. This is something new, this is the direction in which our field is going, and it's something in which we could take leadership. Inspired by TBX and ASCE's Sustainable Infrastructure Strategic Initiative, I created a new course in USF in the fall of 2016 called Envision Sustainable Communities. Envision is a rating system that measures the sustainability of an infrastructure from design, construction, and through to maintenance. And I would urge the FDOT and all others in Tampa to become Envision certified. I would urge, thank you.
Thank you. Sarah Kennedy.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Kennedy. I live at 610 South Newport Avenue, Tampa. And I would like to urge the MPO to consider dropping the TBN project from its place on your TIP priority list. In its current form, it accomplishes hardly anything that will truly ease traffic congestion and conversely would destroy homes and businesses in the historic neighborhood of Tampa Heights. The residents of these downtown redeveloping neighborhoods have just recovered over many years from previous toxic incursions. Another round of this magnitude would be economically disastrous, especially for the minority residents of these neighborhoods. I would like you to think how you might feel should your own area be victimized by such a project. Residents face noise, air pollution, and visual blight streaming from stretches of concrete bisecting their streets. What would be better would be increased funding for a high-quality bus system, buying the CXX rail lines to link USF with its new downtown medical campus via rail, full funding for our successful ferry service linking St. Petersburg and Tampa. And I would like to drop TBN from your priority list and do the right thing for the voters of this area who are going to have to pay for this gigantically expensive project. No tolls, no destruction, better transit.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Aaron Metz. Oh, you were on there twice. Whatever, you know what? Oh, now who's Aaron?
I'm Aaron. You said Adam. It was a misunderstanding.
You're Adam.
Yes, I'm Adam. Sorry about that.
All right, whatever.
No relation to Aaron. I reside at 777 North Ashley Drive, and I'm requesting that the MPO remove TBX from the funding from TIP funding completely. Immediately remove all right-of-way funding and cease all land acquisition for TBX and/or Tampa Bay Next. Require FDOT to partner with all transit funding agencies regarding all future public transit planning. Adopt Vision Zero and the Complete Street Standards in regards to all future FDOT, Hillsborough County, and City of Tampa infrastructure planning. Increase funding for HART vehicle acquisition, right-of-way infrastructure, and expansion of regional terminal stations. Recommend to the Board of County Commissioners that they create a county transportation tax to fund our public transit needs. move funding for the Florida Avenue and Highland two-way study and the Heights Mobility Plan from the 2022 TIP to the 2018 TIP. I also support Josh Frank's plan to replace 275 with a boulevard and expand the Tampa streetcar north at least to Tampa Heights. These would be significant long-term quality improvements for people who live in the urban core and anyone who visits the urban core. Please remove TBX from the TIP.
Scott Shoup.
Scott Shoup. I live at 14419 Pepper Pine Drive. This is more of an emotional plea. I live out in the suburbs, and as anyone that lives in Hillsborough County knows, our roads are totally clogged. We've reached a critical mass, and it's just not sustainable any longer. I commute to work in Pinellas County, and I drive often to Safety Harbor to go to work. I drive to Seminole Heights, and right alongside the CSX tracks that I never see a train on. It seems like low-hanging fruit to move people around. I think it's totally viable. I think we should have more bus options, dedicated bus lanes, reaching deeper into the suburbs. As far as the TIP, the TBX, I feel it's the most egregious aspect of the whole transportation. I think it's a big privatization scheme. I think it's for developers. I think it's very similar to what the president's trying to put forth with his infrastructure plan. I'm sure multinational companies are excited about it, but I think it's going to leave everybody who actually lives in Hillsborough County behind. I think it's going to destroy major swaths of real estate in our urban core. I think it's going to also kill this kind of urban renaissance we're seeing. So I encourage you, I urge any of you that are still considering the TBX to think a little harder on it. I had the good fortune of seeing this gentleman over here, Josh Frank, in his presentation, and it's just a completely alternative way of looking at society and dealing with climate change in the future. So I hope you take that into consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Burlick.
My name is Mike Barulik. I've recently moved from Valrico to 323 West Lambright Street in Seminole Heights. My wife and I joke that we moved from 45 minutes from anything to 15 minutes from everything. That being said, this isn't about me. And candidly, this isn't about you. I'm an executive recruiter. I work with people all over the country at all different ages in terms of their careers. So as you look at the amount of money that's being put into the renovations into downtown, as you look at where money is flowing and where property is being bought, the millennial generation is buying urban. I get to work with these people every day from across the country. You need to look at solutions that identify the behaviors of the people that you want. If you want business to be supported, if you want economic growth, do not alienate the people you're trying to attract. Let's identify solutions that work for those people, that draw those people in, that cater to their behaviors. I love to drive. I will always drive. I drove here. This isn't about me. This isn't about you and your behaviors. This is about the behaviors of the individuals who are going to be the professionals of the future. This is about the behaviors of the individuals who are going to support the businesses that you want in this location. You know, the business leaders come up here and talk about wanting highway systems, and they bring their individuals up, and you look at the generation that they're in, and you look at where they are, and they're going to build businesses that, candidly, they're not going to have people coming to. So let's look at solutions that work for the generation that is to be. Thanks.
Beth Erickson Shoup.
Hi, my name is Beth Erickson Shoup, and I live at 14419 Pepper Pine Drive, Tampa, Florida, in the West Chase, Odessa area. I applaud all the, especially millennials, who spoke so eloquently to you about the transit options. That will not be the case here. I am speaking to you as a concerned citizen without any special interests or connection to FDOT or any organization that may benefit financially from the state or county's transit infrastructure projects. I'm interested in transit systems that move people, not vehicles, in order to reduce congestion on our current roads as well as reduce our carbon footprint. I moved here in 1999 during a time of explosive growth in the county and development of the suburbs. The county did not have a vision for transit then. I'm not sure it has one now. And while I would like public mass transit options that serves my part of the county, I believe we must first work from the urban core outwards. To that end, I am requesting that the MPO increases funding to HART for vehicle acquisition, right-of-way infrastructure, and expansion of regional terminal stations. I also want to register my opposition to the TBX, Tampa Bay Next project, as well as any transit plan that includes expansion of toll roads. I'm requesting that the MPO immediately cease all right-of-way funding and land acquisition for the TBX. And finally, I'm asking for the MPO to completely remove the TBX funding from the TIP. Thank you.
Christopher Vila, he will have 6 minutes. Mario Nunez and Gaffarin Romstrom gave him their minutes.
Good morning, or sorry, good afternoon, Commissioner. It's been a long day. First, I want to thank Gufrin and Mario Nunez.
Name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Christopher Vela, 9241 Half East 11th Avenue, Tampa, Florida, and Ybor City, 33605. I just want to thank the folks who allocated their time towards me. First of all, I want to request removal of all related TBX and Tampa Bay Next funding from line 40 and 41. Also request the MPO remove funding related to the TBX reserve box, including right-of-way to any, quote, willing sellers, unquote, and the $50 million allocated for right-of-way as identified in line 3 under the TRIP, including the east-west toll road. I have met with FDOT several times this year, and while they pleaded for solutions, my only request is for FDOT to refrain from purchasing from any right-of-way. FDOT informed me it's convenient for them to purchase properties now. After Missouri, I discovered those who are leading and managing the Tampa Bay Next program as consultants are the same folks who co-founded and managed TBX, yes. I am also aware of a not-to-exceed $30 million consulting contract for TBX, literally signed on the same week when FDOT announced the grand reset, and I have the paperwork I can submit over to the board. And yes, there are toll lanes and presentations from 2017. I was told just 2 weeks ago, only half of Mobley Park is needed. Does this sound like a reset, acquiring properties while environmental impact statements in process? Identifying transit corridors through a regional plan for TBX rather than the people? What about outstanding promises owed to the Commission here and other cities in Hillsborough County? In your agenda packet is a troubling express lane revenue report. FDOT omits few facts. Florida has the most toll lanes in the nation. Miami, who has tolls, ranked number 2, right below LA for congestion. Florida beats LA at having the most lanes per mile. So we have the widest lanes. We're number 2 in the nation on that one. Yet with all these toll lanes and widened interstates, Tim Lomax from Texas A&M Transportation Institute recently stated that Tampa Bay has lost over $1.5 billion to congestion because of these horrific roads. Looking outside of Florida, we look at LA with the 405. They're about to experience another 2 hours commuting time by 2040. The 26-lane Katy Freeway is experiencing right now 50% longer PM travels. Variable tolling fails because of inconsistent management of congestion per interstate mile. Some TBX interstate segments may serve up to 14%, but that drops dramatically as you approach intersections, which is our bottlenecks, which we have largely of in our interstate complex. Finally, interstate widening fails to take account of what's called latent demand. This is accounting for traffic that avoids interstate during peak times or uses on other corridors. Once capacity is expanded on a single corridor, I-275, latent demand becomes a key factor in traffic rise. We're inducing traffic and congestion. So I'm representing Ybor City, and I want FDOT to stop buying properties along 12th Avenue, including those in VM along 14th Avenue and Ybor Heights and Taliaferro. Unlike bedroom communities, we are locally zoned to allow a wider range of property use. We have the right to live and to operate several business types from a residential lot. We have a history and culture, and these are immeasurable values, but the risk right now is on us. According to the EPA National Air Toxic Assessment Cancer Maps, for the majority of the population living along the proposed TBX Segment 6, the risk factors are over 60%. Those are cancer risks in my community. You're risking my life right now with this project and pushing forward with TBX. For lead and diesel and other respiratory hazards, we're seeing over 70%. We are now sacrificing our health to FDOT before TB next. In Ybor, FDOT needs to acquire not only properties, but actual city streets to serve the interstate. This is why they want to purchase in advance and mitigate. They need blocks of Ybor. It's a convenience to them. Again, they want to avoid that controversy. In Ybor, I would like to see our streetcar expanded, CSX prioritized. I want vacant properties held by FDOT returned to the city's real estate division. I want to see my neighbors. I don't want to see an interstate. I want our district, our city, to gain revenue through fair and equitable infill development. I want transportation choices for the people who live here, not the ones who don't. Present a motion for a high priority to meet the Imagine 2040 plan identified in lines 2 through 39 by proposing reallocation of funding established for TBX, or known as TBNext, for next year, if you can do that. Present a motion to determine whether FDOT has the right to toll. Yes, you guys can question the state mandate, even for the SEIS. The MPO has the power to examine that issue before FDOT proceeds with anything. At minimum, I recommend this board to prevent any property acquisitions related to TBX through a moratorium. The commission needs to be aware of the latest express lane designs, contracts, and expenditures relating to TBX itself, including meeting debriefings related to the St. Louis in-between community work group leaders like myself. I will make myself available for that process. I'm at your disposal. I will tell you everything. Further, I don't want a replacement for TBX. I'm excited about the Boulevard project, but I'd rather that be designed without even thinking TBX is in that process. I don't want to fix TBX. I want it out of the plan. I want what we deserve. We have to have transit first. We have to have opportunities and choices first. Thank you so much.
Michelle Cookson, she will have 4 minutes. Deborah Johnson has yielded her 2 minutes.
Good evening. Michelle Cookson, 6002 North Swanee Avenue, Tampa. I wanted to thank Debbie Johnson, who is the president of my neighborhood association of Old Seminole Heights. I'm here again tonight, as I've been on numerous occasions, along with so many dedicated citizens. We told you that we will never relent, and we never have. We stood before you. We've poured hours and hours of our lives into research, digging through reams of files, pulling data and information, and often having to demand it via public records requests to get at the unvarnished truth. We have steadfastly adjusted our lives, worked later at work, to come to these daytime meetings, sacrificed our time and energy where we've invested it to come before official bodies and our elected officials and plead that you read, absorb, and learn more about this massive project being strong-armed at every turn. And on numerous occasions in the last 2 years, you've seen that dedication reveal more and more information that supported our well-reasoned, fact-based argument against wasting $6 to $9 billion of taxpayer money on a $120 million a mile highway widening boondoggle, when, hey, we could have been spending $22 million a mile on CSX rail lines, and that's just one example of how we could get better ROI than TBX. So here we are today, and we're told that there's a reset. But still the toll lanes are in the Tampa Bay Next TBX project. TBX is named in the tip. Project schedules are accelerated timelines, segments are mapped to the same devastating, overreaching footprint, and $300 million in funds in the tip labeled for TBX, designated to keep buying properties, devaluing city assets and revenue, and decimating neighborhoods. There's also another 158 million sitting there solely as TBX reserve box for projects to be determined. If we're in a reset, why is there any TBX-related funding in the TIP? Please vote to pull all TBX items out of the TIP until FDOT fulfills their promise to listen to the people. You can always go ahead and revisit it next year, because we will be back then. We will do that, all of it, all over, again and again, for years if we need to, spending endless hours in meetings and communicating what we have always done and have always been for. High-capacity transit, safe, complete streets that recognize there's more than one way to move around. Comprehensive, multimodal, active transportation first. Commitment to and emphasis on people first. Positioning our city, county, and region to attract employers with good-paying jobs, and keeping our brightest, best talent here and from moving away. These are what the MPO must be focused on first. These should be the funding focus and priority. There's great pent-up demand and desire for transit and safe, walkable, active transportation-focused plans. There's been so many that the community's come out and enthusiastically participated in, and they want to see advanced. And why do we do that? It's not just because we will fight to defend our communities, our families, our businesses, our health and right to breathe clean air. It's because we know there is, can, and has to be a smarter, more economically wise and sound way forward. It starts tonight when you vote to remove all TBX-related items from the TIP. Thank you.
Kirk Young, he will have 4 minutes. Keepra Young, or Kepra Young, has given him her 2 minutes.
All right, good evening. My name is Kurt Young. I reside at 3402 North Avon Avenue. I am Associate Professor of Political Science at Clark Atlanta University, which is one of the prominent HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities. I completed my master's degree in African and African American studies. And I begin with that background to lead into the emphasis that I want to bring to the discussion tonight, which is the negative impact of these types of policies, TBX or TBN, on the African American community. I want to emphasize this point because we understand that there's a history. When we look at construction projects, we understand that when we talk about the removal of communities in urban areas, the history is that they are African American communities and other communities of color. When we talk about the demolition or the devastation of businesses in our communities, we know what that means from the African American perspective. When we talk about the environmental impact, the negative environmental impact that you've heard referenced already tonight, that means something very specific. But we also know about the types of answers or solutions to these problems. We know that where we were faced with these types of negative impacts, from anything from redlining to housing discrimination and discriminatory ordinances to urban renewal, the impacts thereof on African American communities, we know that after the devastation that it caused on our communities, the solution came primarily through 3 avenues. One, through the resiliency of strong families. And in the community that I reside, Tampa Heights, and particularly the Robles Park community, we have strong families. In fact, I'm a proud son of Lena Young Green, who some of you know. My daughter, Kepra Young, is in the audience. She'll be going to Spelman College, but she'll be coming back. What will she become? What will she return to if we allow for the kinds of construction projects that we are discussing here, whether it's TBX or TBN? We also know that what resolved some of the problems in our community was visionary and courageous leadership, many of African American descent and others who aligned themselves with the spirit of democracy and the future of a just society. And what does this mean for us? What this means is that when we look at what can come from this type of policy, we cannot sit back and allow for the same kind of impacts to occur in our communities. And we're already seeing, we can already document where this impact would occur if we see the remaining of these TBX or TBN-related items in the tip. This is larger than a matter of transportation. It's larger than a matter of economics, although those are important. We are talking about the future of communities in general and communities of color. I'm going to ask you all to consider that. Consider our experiences. Quite often we have been disenfranchised from the policymaking process. And I, happily and luckily, because of this community that raised me, was able to go away and learn to think as a political scientist and to come back to Tampa. I have the same expectations of my daughter, but we as a community have expectations that you will understand our particular plight. Thank you very much.
Julie Harris.
My name is Julie Harris, 4016 Central Avenue in Seminole Heights, Tampa. FDOT is right. Tampa Bay Next is not the same as TBX. It has a fancy new logo. There's a different group coordinating the community meetings, and there's a group of PR-type consultants that they have hired. Unfortunately, those are the only differences. I attended the May 24th regional kickoff as well as the working group meeting on June 8th. I tried to keep an open mind. At the regional kickoff, 20 groups each reached consensus to identify what their ideal transportation future would look like. All 20 teams included mass transit in their best idea. Not one mentioned express toll lanes. But before the attendees could proceed to the next phase of the meeting, one of the consultants spoke to the audience to let us all know that express lanes are one of the options on the table. And we are supposed to believe that the DOT is listening to us. The DOT is asking for more than $300 million to acquire right-of-way for a project that they say they haven't decided on yet, because they're listening to the community before proceeding. If that is the truth, they don't need to purchase any just-in-case properties and further destroy our neighborhoods. This is not a giant game of Monopoly where you purchase whatever you land on in hopes of getting other nearby properties as the game goes on. These are real people, real homes, real neighborhoods, and real families they're destroying. Paul Steinman shared with us part of his reason for resigning from the DOT last week. He said, "Family's my #1 priority." Finally, a sentiment from the DOT that I can agree with. My family is my #1 priority, followed closely by my neighborhood and my community. I will not let anyone take any of those things from me without a fight. If you're truly listening, all things TBX must be removed from the tip. And I want transit.
Jennifer Hart.
Hi, Jennifer Hart, 4123 Ballington Drive, Valrico, Florida, 33596. I'm here today to talk to you as a concerned citizen. I'm a Hillsborough County public school teacher. I live in Valrico. The public school I teach in is in Brandon. I don't use 275. I don't go through the urban corridor. I don't commute to work in Tampa. But nevertheless, I'd like you to all know that people who live in the outer parts of the county do care about the city of Tampa, and we do care about the urban corridor and what happens there. I'm here to request that the TBX, TBN, whatever, funding is removed from the tip completely. I'm a Tampa native. My mother is a Tampa native. She grew up in the historic neighborhoods along the urban corridor, and we are deeply concerned with any plan that devalues these wonderful areas and very important historical communities. I'd like to ask you to please stop the TB Next, take it out of tip completely. I'd also like to add that I find it personally offensive that you voted for a motion to move speaking time from 3 minutes to 2 minutes. I think that you're elected officials, we're your constituency, and it's your job to hear our concerns. I'm sure that they agree. And I would like to thank Ms. Kemp, Mr. Maniscalco. Who am I leaving out? You know who you are. Thank you very much, those of you who didn't vote for that motion. I'll remember you. Thanks.
Andy Harris.
Good evening. I'm Andy Harris, 4016 Central in Seminole Heights. That's in Tampa, if you didn't know. FDOT's reset is supposed to be a start over after their bridge debacle last year. Last week, we were told that TBX is now dead. It's to be replaced by a new and truly consensus transportation solution. That sounds great, but is it real? Or is it another charade with plans to ram the same toll lanes down our throat? If the reset is real, why does the TIP still include funding for TBX toll lanes? It would be egregious for you to let right-of-way acquisition continue. Last year, my wife and I submitted questions to the FDOT through the MPO. The workshop last week was opened by the same FDOT spokesman who stonewalled our questions last year. That sure didn't feel like a reset. If the reset is real, why did FDOT hire the project director of TBX Yes to conduct its new engagement? At the May 24 kickoff, Ms. Moran was tone deaf in insisting that toll lanes are still a solution. Not a single group agreed. In her previous job, Ms. Moran conducted research against TBX opponents. Are we to believe that she has reset her advocacy? We need real solutions that don't pave us to oblivion. Of course, rebuild the bridge, but including toll lanes starts the death spiral. Toll lane expansion is a destructive boondoggle that drains the resources needed for real improvement. If the reset is real, you are duty-bound to remove all TBX right-of-way and toll lane funding from the TIP. To do otherwise makes this process a mockery. If the reset is real, you, the MPO, must prove it tonight. Thank you.
Jeff Chernoff.
Jeff Chernoff, 18138 Heron Walk Drive, Tampa, Florida, 33647. Good evening, members of the MPO. My name is Jeff Chernoff and is the 2017 Chair for Emerging Leaders of Tampa Bay, formerly Emerge, and as a current board member of the Board of Directors of the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce. I come here this evening representing our 437 young professional members of Emerging Leaders and over 1,200 business organizations who serve in our business community. I would also like to recognize 4 of our Emerge leadership team members who are here regarding this topic. Transportation is something which impacts everyone, and as such, almost everyone has an opinion on it. Around this time last year, I, along with other members of the business community, came imploring you to vote in favor of TBX in order to continue the conversation regarding transportation in Tampa Bay. In 1 year's time, here are some of the changes made to the plan. After much public feedback, FDOT has agreed to approach transportation challenges in a more inclusive manner and consider interstate improvements in the context of a comprehensive regional transportation system. Any interstate improvements that were part of the Tampa Bay Express system will now be evaluated under the Tampa Bay Next program. FDOT will consider alternatives to the proposed projects. I ask the members of the MPO to continue to keep the Tampa Bay Express lanes on its priority list. Tampa Bay Next will improve mobility by providing another option for commuters to access the downtown and West Shore business districts. The 275 State Road 60 and 275 interchanges and a new Howard Franklin Bridge northbound span would also be built. Businesses that rely on the interstates for deliveries, as well as the port and airport, will benefit. Commercial and freight traffic would be excluded from the express lanes, which means general use lanes will have more availability for commercial services if non-commercial vehicles are in express lanes. The success of this project requires community outreach to design a project that improves mobility for all users. By including the Tampa Bay Express lanes on the priority list, the MPO can signal that we are willing to look at all options for improved mobility within the region. Thank you all very much.
Joshua Frank. He will have 4 minutes. Leslie Madden has given her 2.
Good evening. Thank you to Leslie for ceding her time to me.
My name is Josh Frank. As you've heard some others mention me earlier, I am the student who proposed the boulevard concept. I live at 2010 East Palm Avenue, Tampa, Florida 33605. I'm an urban designer. I design and build projects that are on the tip, right? The cycle tracks, the greenways, the trails, the master plans. This is what I do for a living. This is what I've gone to school for. I'm a millennial. I'm a native St. Petersburger, and I represent the type of young, entrepreneurial, and engaged citizen the city and county says they want to attract and keep in this area. During my career as a graduate research associate with USF, I spent 18 months as a facilitator for the first round of community engagement for TBX. I sketched, I took notes, and most importantly, I listened to what this community has asked for from this project. A lot of them are here and may recognize me tonight. I even presented this work that I did for USF at the boardroom at FDOT's offices with some of you. Upon fulfilling my contractual obligations with the project, I further devoted my entire thesis year to studying what TBX never did, the community's preferred design alternative, tearing down the interstate from downtown to USF and replacing it with a multi-use boulevard. This concept included dedicated light rail, a 6-lane vehicular boulevard, public space, and right-of-way property being ceded back to the neighborhoods. I cannot underestimate the positive impact a project like this can have in comparison to TBX. This project would simultaneously inflate already depressed property values, make a significant dent in stormwater and carbon emissions and cost, reconnect divided neighborhoods, increase social mobility, and bring enough transit-oriented development and property tax revenue to, at the very least, meet the $3 billion development in Channelside. My work and this project, this community's project, it's not my work, it's our work, was featured in the Tampa Bay Times, nationally at nextcity.org, WTSP Channel 10. I was interviewed on WMNF Community Radio, and even TampaBayNext.com has my project listed as something they will look at. I am here tonight because my project represents an unprecedented opportunity for prosperity. I am here to say this is exactly the type of conversation and project and exactly the type of leadership we need to have. We would not have projects like the Big Dig in Boston if it were not for student work. We would not have the High Line if it were not for community engagement and community nonprofits advocating for urban design and thinking about the greater potential of what we can do to make what we call home better. We have a responsibility to each other to squeeze every cent out of this project and to expect nothing short of pioneering results. I'm tired of seeing these kinds of city-changing projects in Seattle and Portland, Denver, and Charlotte. I've come to realize that without this kind of vision and this kind of project, we are perpetually America's next great city. A city that talks about being bold while looking to others for leadership. We are a region that must send community leaders to St. Louis to learn about what they've done right. I want to be the region that St. Louis and Portland and Seattle and Austin and Charlotte and Atlanta sends their officials to learn about what we've done right. A project like this is that chance. This is our Big Dig. This could be our High Line. This could be our St. Louis Arch, our Golden Gate Bridge. Replacing 11 miles of interstate with a boulevard, light rail, smart growth, density, all those things has the possibility to be the single most impactful and progressive transportation project in the Southeast since Reconstruction. I choose to live and work in Tampa and Hillsborough County and work in an undervalued and underappreciated industry because I see the potential. When I share what I've done with the community, and some of you have seen my work, and Professor Green was on my committee, for what it may do for this region, they see the potential. All I'm asking is that you see it too. Thank you.
Mr. Frank. Mr. Frank, will you make an appointment to come see me, please? Sure. R. Rolick.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Just my luck, I have to follow him. Thank you all for what you're doing here tonight. I'm Bob Rorlach with the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here to ask you to continue to support the project and continue to have discussion about the project, including that young man's ideas on what can be done to improve our community and how we can be a better community. We also support the green signs that are behind me. We support transit at the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce. We support autonomous vehicles. We support improved busing. We support walkable communities. But none of those solutions stand alone. They all must be working together if we're truly going to be the community that we want to be. We've got to look at ideas that can help our overall community and how things can be done. I think DOT last year saw how serious the community takes how the project is being handled. They're trying to do it. We need to hold them accountable that they continue to try to do the project better. With the comments being heard tonight, with the comments they've heard from the business community that they need to take it more serious and be a part of finding solutions in our community. On a related issue to this, I ask that all of you in your positions, besides what you do here tonight, follow the money that was in the budget for this fiscal year to help with the community center being impacted by this project. There's money we're being told that's going to be in the next fiscal year budget for this building. We all need to make sure that money comes to this community. Representative Narain, Senator Lee, and Senator Joyner worked to get the current fiscal year money included, and Senator, I just blanked out on the senator that made sure the money stays in for this year. Roussan made sure it was there, that he made sure the money stays in for the next fiscal year. That money must come to this community. We must make sure that it's spent here, and we all need to make sure that that gets done and hold everyone accountable for that to happen. Lastly, thank you. I hope you'll continue to support. And although an unofficial spokesman spoke earlier on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, we don't support nudist camps. Just want to make sure. Thank you all.
You don't support what? You don't support what?
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 Something stands.
Okay. Joe Farrell? I don't know what he said. What did he say? I don't know what he said.
Good evening, Joe Farrell, 20119 Eagles Landing Way. That's City of Tampa, but it's right there off County Line Road. I am farthest, citizen of Tampa that you can possibly imagine. Like Mr. Rorlach said, I support transit. In fact, I was the campaign manager for Greenlight Pinellas a couple years ago, and only because someone else said it before, I thought I'd bring it up again. Not just because we did so well and losing by so poorly, but it shows that there are a lot of communities that want transit. But there's also a lot of a lot of people that realize that transit's not the only answer. It's part of a larger system. And as someone who lives in New Tampa, when I moved out there in 2000 to go to the University of South Florida, I also didn't want to be the only person not to mention USF tonight. We've heard a lot of that. I also realized something that was out there at USF. There is USF, there's telecom, there's all these other kind of businesses out there. I mean, former Commissioner Mark Sharp will go on for days. I know we've all heard it about everything that's going on out there. That's where the majority of the middle income to high income jobs are in our community, and that's where they're growing. That's where the families are out there. That's where the majority of the quality affordable housing is. And that's where a lot of us are driven to live because of that. It's where we want to raise our family. It's where we can afford to raise our family. It's not the wealthiest part. It's not where all the wealthy people live, as you might read in the Tampa Bay Times. There are wealthy people out there. I'm not going to say that. But we also have almost over 50% of our students that are reduced to free lunch at our public schools. It's an area where people are growing. It's where people that are living. And it's also an area that needs to be connected to the rest of the community. Because as my wife works in that area, she does live where she works. I don't. I work in Pinellas County. And when I moved to this area, there was a big, giant highway. Whether that was the right decision or not, that's what's there. That's what we're being dealt. And that was basically an implicit promise to myself and a lot of people that live out there that this community was going to provide options for us to get around. I would love a train that gets us from New Tampa to downtown and all around the community. I think CSX is great. And I don't know really anyone that's truly opposed to that is really thinking this through. We really want that. But we also were promised a way to get to the rest of the town, and the highway is that way. So thank you. I support TBX.
Thank you. Mauricio Rosas, I'm sorry. You have 4 minutes. Ian Gordon Lucas has given him 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay. Mauricio Rosas, 118 West Mohawk Avenue, Tampa.
Hold tight. Stop the clock. Roll back to 4.
I was challenged with traveling from South St. Petersburg to North Tampa to attend the University of South Florida. During most of my early years, it was only the Gandy Bridge. Some of those of you who've been around. It was before the interstate system, and it was before the first Howard Franklin Bridge was built just one span. So I watched all of that happen, and I saw the impacts of it. We know what happened with the interstate, what came in. And I know that we were not involved in that planning process. I know that we may have gotten some jobs doing some of the trades work, but we certainly didn't get any contracts during any of that period. And most of our neighborhoods and communities, to a large extent, were devastated, divided, et cetera, et cetera. And eventually built Hillsborough Community College campus, and then everything that has sprung up around it. And that's still an ongoing project. Many of our people, Mary Alice Dorsett and others who lived on 7th Avenue and had businesses in the surrounding area, were displaced by that. Those of us who've been, we know what I'm talking about. So my point is, again, I cannot overemphasize the importance of us being involved in this process, staying involved in the process, being committed, recruiting other people.
Our local community, North Hyde Park in West Tampa, has been divided, and we've had many problems with transportation when they brought the freeway through in the 60s. And I think additional freeways, they will just impact us negatively again. Displace more people than necessary. Displace people. It will move people from their homes.
So really, you'd rather see a reconstruction of our inner city versus a destruction?
Yes, sir. No destruction. It was destroyed once before. And if you talk to the people in Carver City, the people in West Tampa, the people over in Seminole Heights, not necessarily Seminole Heights, but the area off of Palms, they've already been displaced. A lot of us are bus riders. We just need improved buses, bus scheduling, locations where they go, and to just service better. And for the elderly, we need better service for the elderly, getting on and off the buses.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I want you to tear up a complete community and move hundreds of people out and decimate our community with interstates. You and I both know what East Tampa looked like as a result of our interstate that we currently have that ran right through our community and divided up a community and really decimated our community. So no, and I'm grateful that it's not. What I have asked is that maybe we have some type of a design project where different designers can come in with different plans that FDOT will then take a look at. But no, it is not a plan that's set in stone. And I'm grateful because in St. Louis, what the community talked about was community values, what they thought was important to them. And I think that them doing the reset was the only reason I came on board. He knows that I was never one at their meeting saying, oh yeah, I agree with you, because I didn't. I felt the same way, that you were bringing something to us and I didn't feel a part of it. So I think this time they're making it more like, and let's just say it has got to end up that way with people's ideas interjected into this plan. Otherwise, the community will stay in an uproar and they will never get any interstate built.
Yes. Tell me how you felt about the experience.
Well, I think it was a great experience because the workshop was, I got to talk to a lot of people in the different neighborhoods and their concerns, you know, and for us to come together and to make recommendations to FDOT, I think it's a great idea. And hopefully they'll adhere to the requests that we've made and we can see some changes.
Kevin O'Neill, he will have 4 minutes. Susan Stanley, yield him 2 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Kevin O'Neill. I'm speaking on behalf of the Libertarian Party for our chairman. We appreciate that FDOT staff and planners are responding to their top-down objectives laid out by the department directors and the governor. Please do appreciate that the people of Hillsborough County are at odds with the plans that FDOT have proposed so far and has left the people with a severe loss of good faith in FDOT. Possible solutions and remedies to the known transit problems of the community in Tampa Bay, yet presently unapproved, are FDOT and related government subdivisions should put out a request for proposal for private corporations to fund plans for a funded, non-taxpayer funded, but privately funded toll road system, transit solution. Some of the most other versions of this likely to succeed would be a potential monorail loop, a light rail loop, and certainly I'm sure some corporations and profit-seeking people could see the value of converting CSX tracks into some type of north-south commuter line, supporting the people in North County. I do want to pay comments to Joshua. I'll skip my paragraph here. Joshua Frank, who had proposed what I described as creating Tampa City Center North between I-4 and I say Fowler, but somewhere in that region, incorporating some type of returning I-275 north to a surface level road, potentially a loop road, returning all that lost revenue for you folks who are living off taxpayer dollars up here, returning all that last revenue back to the books, because right now, presently, it's not producing revenue for you folks. We call it taxes, you guys call it revenue. I got it. Here's a list of non-starters for our revenue. Converting freeways into toll roads. My grandparents, your grandparents, our parents, they paid for these roads through their tax dollars. We pay to maintain them right now through our fuel taxes and various other forms of taxes. To convert a freeway to a toll road is nothing but absolute theft. Straight up theft. There's a couple people who actually care about that. And we will never, ever let that happen, period. So revise the plan, please. Using our taxpayer dollars to be funded for coercive road designs that funnel our people onto tollways that are operated by FDOT or private investors. Any plan must enable a competitive option for people who are traveling the roads. I especially want to put emphasis on FDOT's continued accumulation of real estate in our neighborhoods. This has resulted in deserts of abandoned properties, blight, and economic loss. This presumptuous purchasing, pursuing that FDOT's grand plan of tollways as a solution is a fraud, because the plan is not approved, not vetted by the public, and not decided on. The impact on property owners adjacent to the blight they have created is an economic loss and must stop. The people in this region can have our own solutions, not ones from an agency that is clearly not seeking to solve transit, but is more focused on adding highway lanes and tolls. We will not accept that. We seek a transit solution when the people's taxpayers' money is being spent. Please reset the MPO plan, modify the name TBX components, and remove all tolling. Consider moving the Tampa Uptown City Center development in the area of I-275 and I-4 south of Bush. Thank you.
Beverly Ward, she will have 8 minutes. Gloria Jean Roster, Joseph Citro, and Bob Wineland have yielded them her 6 minutes. So you have 8 minutes.
Mr. Chair, other board members, and the public, I have been concerned that...
Ma'am, we need your name and address.
Beverly Ward, 13705 Lazy Oak Drive, Tampa, Florida. I've been concerned for quite some time that the Florida Department of Transportation and its management of the National Environmental Policy Act process with this project. Specifically, the purpose and need for the project, the alternatives, the affected environment, and the environmental consequences. FDOT has not fully informed the potentially affected communities and the general public of the need for the proposed action and what FDOT expects to achieve before providing us a solution. The range of alternatives that have included, should have included the potential of a no-build alternative to mass transit and its myriad applications, rail, pedestrian, bicycle, and a number of options. FDOT also has failed to describe the environment of the affected area, and that is the opportunity for the potentially affected communities to participate in this process has been limited. From the map we saw earlier, there are more than 40 neighborhood associations that may be impacted by the nearly 90 miles proposed in this project. Based on 2010 census data alone, this will include up to 120,000 persons within 600 feet of the facility. And according to the same census data, more than 50% of those persons are ethnic or racial minorities. The outreach by FDOT has been restricted to a limited number of communities, giving the appearance that the magnitude and scale of the proposed project is less than it is. There also has been little discussion of the direct and indirect environmental impacts and cumulative impacts on the potentially affected communities. In the early 1990s, Hillsborough County was designated as a non-attainment area for ambient air quality. Air quality issues are still of concern for this area, along with other environmental issues as mentioned by others. These impacts will be exacerbated by the expansion of the facilities. And where there are environmental impacts, we must consider the potential impacts on humans and other beings in the environment. What about displacement, disruption? What considerations are being given to disproportionately high and adverse impacts on low-income and minority communities? What consideration has been given to health impacts? The FDOT outreach and community engagement efforts leaves the public less than well informed about these impacts and others, and further disadvantaged to make informed decisions. Let me be clear. There is the potential for discriminatory practices and environmental justice issues in this project, and some of them go back to the project's inception when the interstates were first built. These include, but are not limited to, the manner in which communities have been engaged, and I hope as we go forward that there is full engagement with communities, beginning with a no-bill option. There are at least 7 neighborhoods in the East Tampa community redevelopment area, and that community revitalization partnership begged FDOT to come out prior to last year's public hearing to meet with them. Also, consideration should be given to our unique geography in this area. We are already experiencing sea level rise in Tampa Bay. We're experiencing problems with flooding and are only years away from saltwater intrusion. How will FDOT mitigate the introduction of new impermeable surfaces? Will we have more retention ponds? The toll roads have been characterized as a zombie road project. It's been struck down in the past, but it keeps returning. Road pricing has been shown to be a regressive tax on low-income households that will only be exacerbated if those taxes are dynamic. There has been no purpose and need established for this particular alternative. We are behind the curve. As others have mentioned, there were members of this group and others who visited St. Louis. 30 years ago, St. Louis began developing its light rail system. If our goal is to relieve congestion due to increased population and future growth, let's use those population estimates to develop true transportation alternatives. And I'm quite tired of us cherry picking the numbers. When we talk about transit, we don't have the density. When we talk about more roads, oh, there are millions of people there. So, I mean, which millions are we going to work with and how? So TBX Next, specifically the expansion of the interstate system, is morally, economically, and for the sake of access, equity, and mobility in the future wrong. We can no longer afford to remain behind the curve. Thank you.
Joanne Crane.
Good evening. I'm Joanne Crane. I live at 4316 West Watrous in South Tampa, but I have my family. We have a half a block in Tampa Heights. And we're sandwiched in between Pierce and Morgan on 401 East Henderson Avenue. There was rumors that Pierce is going to be an on-ramp for the interstate there, and so I am against it. Also against the 90 miles of toll. I am for rail. I think it's the future. Cars are going to be obsolete someday. And the way the population is growing, rail is the safest way for travel for all ages. I went to Florida Department of Transportation and was looking at some information. In 2015, over 280,000 people were delayed on our highways. Now, if you're on rail, you're going to get to work on time. You're going to be rested. It's the future. Crashes on Florida roadways, over 320,000 crashes in 2015. This isn't going to happen if you're on the rail, getting to work, traveling speed rail from Tampa to Orlando, which would be awesome. We could get to Disney in 1 hour, no gridlock. I don't feel we need a toll on the Howard Franklin Bridge. It's already pretty scary. What we do need there is a lane that's used to keep traffic moving when there is an accident. So instead of being stuck there for 2 hours, maybe people are just stuck for half hour. Everybody has really been awesome tonight, what they had to say. I'm glad to be here, and I hope that Tampa will be a future city. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Elizabeth Corrin?
Elizabeth Corwin, 2521 West Maryland Avenue in Tampa. Officially, I've been a resident of Tampa for 45 years, and I voted here since I was 18. In reality, I've lived in a dozen other cities for 33 of these 45 years, mostly in Europe. Only in the third world and in Tampa have I depended on my own car for transportation. But in the third world, it was a matter of personal preference. Last month, I traveled to 6 countries in Europe. I used public transit in all to get from airports, train stations, hotels, to restaurants, museums, and more. And I walked. I walked a lot. The 2 instances when I rented cars, I noticed that no highways went through city centers, and no highways were wider than 2 or 3 lanes. In cities the same size as Tampa, I was able to use buses, light rail, canal boats, and funiculars. These same cities swarmed with pedestrians and bicyclists. Businesses and cultural organizations, restaurants and hotels were all thriving. The air was clean. The parks were full. I came here tonight by bus, but the last bus home left at 6:37. I wonder how many people stayed home tonight because they had no transportation here and back.
Thank you. Amanda Brown.
Thank you. Amanda Brown, North 21st Street, Tampa, Florida, 33610. This is the 3rd time in 2 years that myself and many others have come and stood before you, asking you to remove Tampa Bay Express project from funding consideration. I stand before you as an official spokesperson of Sunshine Citizens, and I'll echo what many of the same people here have said, whether or not they're members of Sunshine Citizens or not. This project is wrong. We need transit. We need transparency from FDOT, the MPO, and many of our other transportation planners. And we want you to stop destroying our neighborhoods and our city to acquire property for a project that isn't planned. We're for some things, mostly transit. We want you to fully fund HART. We want to see whatever comes out of the transit study is fully funded. We want to fund bike lanes and complete streets. We want transparency. More than any other thing, we have seen that Tampa Bay Next is still TBX. FDOT made that abundantly clear when they said that tolls are still a part of the plan. We don't feel that they are acting in good faith. But more than anything else, we want you to remove the right-of-way funding, over $300 million from the TIP to acquire property. This will add more blight to our city, whether it's in West Shore, Ybor, Seminole Heights, wherever it is, we need to stop. So please remove Tampa Bay Express from the funding, from the TIP, and give us transit and the other things that we need to make this a truly great area. Thank you.
Doreen Jessup.
Doreen Jessup, 6007 North Sewanee Avenue, Tampa. Destruction of neighborhoods in the name of economic development is nonsensical. The Tampa Bay area will thrive by supporting and connecting its neighborhoods, not by decimating and dividing them. Mr. Vinnick's plan for Channelside and all of the mayor's efforts downtown will have been in vain if Ybor, Tampa Heights, Seminole Heights, Hyde Park, and other surrounding neighborhoods fail to thrive. The argument that we have to look at the whole region is valid, but the assertion that a regional view means moving cars as quickly as possible to and from the two most distant points, while disregarding the businesses and communities that lie in between, is simplistic and short-sighted. Upgrading the roads and bridges we already have, improving traffic flow, adding mass transit options, and providing safe passage for pedestrians and cyclists would contribute far more to the prosperity of Hillsborough County than any number of toll lanes while costing less. It may not be as fast and easy, but true solutions rarely are. The primary motivation for new and wider interstates is the economic prosperity of the developers who build them. The purpose of the MPO is to represent the interests of the community. Whether the name is TBX or Tampa Bay Next, investing in this type of road construction is a turn away from proven contemporary drivers of economic growth and toward the misguided and failed policies of the past. You have the opportunity to create a better and more prosperous Hillsborough County. I ask you to step up to that challenge and lead us to that future. Thank you.
Steve Henley.
My name's Steve Henley, 10509 Fire Oak Court in Riverview. The only way that we're going to solve the traffic issue is to take cars off the road. So I want to make everyone aware of a company in Clearwater called Beach Tran. So that's Beach Tran, T-R-A-N. And they're planning to build an aerial personal rapid transit system that's going to go from downtown Clearwater to Clearwater Beach. So what is aerial personal rapid transit? Well, imagine light rail married with a vehicle, a car, and you have personal rapid transit. So the idea is you have a guide rail system that's 20 to 40 feet above the ground. You're going to have a pod or a capsule which seats up to 4 people. And the people in the pod, when they travel along the guide rail system, they're not going to be stopping at designated locations such as a light rail system. They're going to go directly to their destination. So it's no stops. It's traveling directly to the location. The route from downtown Clearwater to Clearwater Beach is the first segment, with the hopes, if this catches on, that they'll expand the routes through Clearwater and in St. Petersburg. The technologies, FDOT and TBARTA are familiar with this, and there's a demonstration system in Tel Aviv, Israel. So the technology it's a demonstration of proof concept. So it's out there and it's working. But Beach Tran, you're welcome to take a look at it online. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Pfeiffer.
Good evening. Thank you all. My name is Rick Pfeiffer. I live at 1408 East Hannah. I'm a realtor. I'm also a broker owner, small business in Seminole Heights. And it's volunteer time to do this. And we've spent countless hours volunteering as a community to go to charrettes, community listening sessions, about what the community wants. Last week I attended another meeting where community members again relayed the same desires that we have been saying for nearly 2 years. We are volunteers, unlike the FDOT employees. and those that will profit from these wonderful toll lanes. That money all gets sucked out of our community. We're here, we're not going away. We do want transit options. I don't think there's been good faith in this process. I think that TBX should be pulled from the Transportation Improvement Plan for the good of the region. Take the area that DOT wants to put express toll lanes. Take that same spot and put a light rail system down there. They're doing it in other communities. They're doing it in Dallas. They're doing it in LA. They've done it in DC area. The land is already public. It minimizes surface road disruptions. It already runs within a mile or two of 6 major destination points: the airport, West Shore, downtown, Ybor City, Busch Gardens, USF. It is for the good of the region, and it makes a lot more sense than putting in toll lanes that are not going to do anything to enhance the economic vitality of this community. Thank you all very much.
Shannon Bruffett.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Shannon Bruffett. I reside at 905 West Adelaide Street, Tampa, Florida. I'm currently a graduate assistant in the PhD program in history at University of South Florida. My dissertation revolves around Tampa's Black business district, Central Avenue, and as some of you may know, may not, one of the deciding factors in destroying the lifeblood of that community was the Jefferson Street exit. And there's one thing we learned from history is that we don't have to make the same mistakes. And I think moving forward, if we continue to push this TBX, TV Next issue, all we're going to do is displace residents of Tampa further and disenfranchise the next generation of our community when we could provide roadways, transit, make their lives better. Let's not just give a route to people who just commute to our city. Let's make it better for the people who live here like myself, for the next generation. I ask you please remove all TV Next funding, all right-of-way acquisition to board up these buildings and mothball them. It's really just, you're destroying the tax base. You're destroying our city's character and its integrity. You know, history matters. Stop TBX. Thank you.
Kimberly Overman, she will have 4 minutes, and Thomas, you'll have 2 minutes.
Kimberly Overman, 4610 North Central Avenue. I'm the president of the Heights Urban Core Chamber, CAC member to the MPO, and I'm a resident of 34 years in Tampa. I also went to the St. Louis trip and learned what it was important when coming up with plans and policies associated with transportation, and one of them was respecting the values of your community and family. In reference to the candidates for new funding list, on Table 2, page 17, there's a line item, number 5, that recommends that the Heights Mobility Project be moved from 2020 or 22 to 18, which I truly appreciate, seeing that that was now a priority. As you can see, that is on Florida Avenue. That accident occurred a couple of days ago. We've had 3 of my business's employees hit by cars in the last 30 days as they are just trying to go to work. Those employees have lost their ability to work. Those businesses have lost their ability to have employees show up at their homes. It is important that we recognize the value of actually listening to our citizens and respect the safety and economic viability of Florida Avenue. And when we use the money for a project like TBX, instead of investing in our cities and our communities and our businesses and our resident communities, we have got our priorities somewhat confused. We are not valuing our businesses. We're not valuing our communities. and we're not valuing our residents who have told you for 3 or 4 years that an express toll lane or a toll lane that destroys the inner core of our historic communities is not the value system that we would like to see that our city and our county is making decisions as far as that's concerned. The good news is it appears as though the initial planning is on the list. I'm really glad to see that the Heights Urban Core project is actually on the list. And my problem is there's no number next to it. There's no funding source. And as I've seen in the past, when there's no number, no source of funds, things get pushed back. We've been waiting for 10 years for some issue or some solution for a dangerous street in the middle of our city. When we look at the fact that there's been 732 crashes and 63 bike ped incidences in 4 years on Florida Avenue, we have to recognize that we are not paying attention to the priorities of safety that are mentioned in our report for our TIP priorities. It's going to be important that we look at those safety issues. If the priority list on page 2 of the TIP is authentic, then why is it that building a toll expressway and funding it that is economically discriminatory funded before projects such as this that improve safety? Please eliminate the ROI, the property purchases for a project that doesn't meet our priorities. Our policy needs to promote the urban communities and historic communities and our citizens and our families and their businesses. Please remove any funding for TBX, TBNEX, and respect our urban communities. We need to invest in infrastructure that solves growth opportunity management as well as doesn't exacerbate traffic congestion by building highways without transit solutions, by properly designing our intersections, interchanges, and connectors that transportation systems need to come together. Please use values that honor families and make our policy funding have some sense. We haven't had that in a while. It's time to start. Please remove TBX from the TIP.
Andre Hill. Andre Hill. Is he here? Okay. Dana Lazaris, I'm sorry.
Hi, Dana Lazarus, 5012 Sunridge Palms Drive, Tampa 33617. So I'm here requesting that the MPO, you guys, remove the TBX from the TIP. Beth, am I allowed to talk about my experience with the CAC? Is that okay?
As long as you're clear that you're not speaking on behalf of the MPO Citizens Advisory Committee, yes, you can talk about your experience.
Okay, thank you. First, let me state for the record that I counted 5 time slots that are pro TBX, and I'm the 39th time slot. So clearly there's far fewer people who are pro toll lanes, pro TBNEX, pro TBX. Far fewer. I was appointed to the CAC. I've had 2 meetings so far, and it's all very fast-paced. And I did read through the TIP, and it said that at the last meeting a year ago that there were more people in favor of the TBX. I'm sorry, did I say that wrong? There's 5 people in favor of the TBX. My bad. Today. And they said that last year there were more people in favor than opposed. But if you were here, then you did not experience that at all. So I was really confused about that. So I wanted to state for the record correctly, 5 people here are in support of the TBX out of all the people that have spoken so far. So I know it's scary to be a leader right now and take the TBX out of the TIP because it feels like we're on a speeding train, pun intended, towards passing this thing. That's what it felt like during the CAC meeting when I was when this was put to a vote there. I regret passing it at that time. I was very confused. But you guys can take leadership tonight and remove it. And I really, really hope that you consider doing that, because we will turn up again next year. We will turn up all throughout the year in opposition. So thank you.
Rachel Almonte.
In spite of having to sit through these meetings, I try to remain cautiously optimistic. So my message is, we just need to keep talking and working through this.
You want to tell us who you are first?
Sorry, Ray Shermonte, 10313 Marchmont Court. Also the Executive Director of TBARTA, soon to become the Tampa Bay Area Regional Transit Authority rather than Transportation, assuming the governor signs the bill. With that, I think we've made actually a lot of progress in the last year. I don't think we're going to be here till 2:30 in the morning, so that's progress. But people are talking to each other. We need to kind of work through these issues. It's not one size fits all. We have regional issues and then we have neighborhood issues, and we need to kind of focus on what the real problems are and try to figure out the solutions. I think FDOT has changed their attitude greatly since I first became involved in this, probably over a year ago. And having people come to these meetings and working through what the real issues are, because I think the issue in West Shore of the Howard Franklin aren't the same as the issue in Tampa Heights. So we need to kind of look at that, keep talking, keep having the meetings, and move forward slowly in a slower pace with the reset we're on now. But I think we're on the right path. We just need to keep the dialogue going, and we need to include transit and all the other issues that were mentioned here tonight as we move forward. Thank you.
Ronald Weaver.
Thank you. Ron Weaver, 401 East Jackson Street. I think we need 4 miracles tonight, and I wish we could find them. One is that we could manage to fund this without tolls, and we need to fund it without tolls, but we haven't found a way. 15 years ago, the state legislature, fortunately or unfortunately, imposed this tolls or no-go on the whole state of Florida. Second miracle we need has to do with the fact that if we do a boulevard, which I highly support, is a brilliant, brilliant, beautiful idea, but what are we going to do about east-west like US 19 until the 6 overpasses that we now have in Pinellas County? It was a 5 or a 15-minute wait at every single one of those lights to go east-west until US 19 had those 6 overpasses. A brilliant boulevard is magnificent, wonderful courage and vision, and thank you, Josh, but we have to move east-west in this community also. Pollution is congestion, and TB Next may be our only way out of pollution. Sadly, it is. We need a third miracle. We need a third miracle, and the third miracle, respectfully, is that we find a way to fund it. And I've advocated a half-cent sales tax because we need transit, but transit's only 3 to 5 to 10%. The other 90% needs, unfortunately, additional roads, sadly again. And those roads lead to congestion unless we find some way to take the TB Next money, if that's the best that we can do with the Florida legislature, and protect the tourists, which are tens of thousands of jobs in our community. The tourists need us to find some way to relieve our congestion. So we need to find a consensus. We need to find a way to trust each other again. We need to find a way, finally, to declare war upon any kind of a devastation of this community. These communities must not suffer disproportionately. We must take money, as was suggested by the Chamber President, and devote twice or 3 times as much money as we plan to the protection of the quality of those neighborhoods that would be bearing this burden for us. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Rick Holmans.
Mr. Chairman, Rick Homans, 4300 West Cypress Street, Tampa 33609. I'm the CEO of the Tampa Bay Partnership, and I come before you tonight on behalf of our regional business leaders who believe that transportation and public transit is the biggest economic challenge facing Tampa Bay today. 1 year ago, we joined more than two dozen business organizations in asking you to keep an interstate improvement program known as Tampa Bay Express in the tip. We acknowledge that the project was not perfect. In fact, FDOT's efforts at the time to build community engagement, support, and trust needed a lot of work. You did the right thing for Tampa Bay 1 year ago by voting yes. You gave FDOT a chance to get it right. You challenged FDOT. Since then, I believe that FDOT has genuinely demonstrated a new spirit of collaboration and is making efforts to listen and respond to the concerns and the aspirations of the impacted communities. They organized a peer exchange trip to St. Louis in April, allowing us to learn from the best practices of the Interstate 64 expansion. They funded the Regional Transit Feasibility Plan, which will set forth a vision for a regional transit system and prioritize a transit project for state and federal funding. I think everybody in this room, including the partnership and our partners at the Chamber of Commerce, have high expectations for this plan and the resulting project. FDOT is also going through the rigorous federal process of developing a supplemental environmental impact statement, which will include the updated demographic, economic, and transportation data you requested last year. Each of these actions demonstrate tangible commitment to collaboration. FDOT has listened to the community, and they are working with the community. They can always do better, and we need to keep the pressure on. We need to allow this process to continue. I believe all options are on the table, and we urge you to vote yes in favor of the TIP and TBX. Thank you.
Sabrina Ward. Sabrina Ward. Not here? Okay. Ann Kulik.
Good evening, and thank you for holding this forum tonight. I know it's a very long evening for you. I'm Ann Kulig. I live at 13805 Lake Village Place in Carrollwood, and I'm also Executive Director of the West Shore Alliance. I know you heard from Jay Bosch on behalf of our organization officially earlier this evening. But one of the points he didn't touch on, and I know you've heard a lot about today, is the right-of-way impacts and the right-of-way money that is in this plan. The bulk of that money is, as I read the plan, all of it is really in the West Shore District. It is voluntary. DOT is not actively going out and buying property. But if there are property owners that are interested, they're willing to talk. You know, I wear a size 9.5 shoe, and I could never, 9.5 foot, I could never fit in a size 6 shoe. For any of you that have seen that West Shore interchange and the bottleneck, there is going to be a need to acquire some right-of-way at some point. You know, you talked about one of your priorities today is the airporter. Where is that going to operate? That is an interim solution till we can get to maybe a light rail or something else. I mean, that needs to run on roadways, and it's going to require that interchange be redone and other improvements. So, you know, FDOT it's totally a voluntary thing to get right away at this point. So we have not heard any objections from anyone in West Shore about that. You know, we support transit. We supported the Go Hillsborough referendum initiative, and we're looking for all solutions. You know, we're not just about roads. We've seen a change in FDOT and the way they're dealing with the public and with neighborhoods. We hope they're sincere. We think they're sincere. You know, they really are looking at this as a multimodal opportunity. We have been participating with FDOT and others, FHWA, on this since this Tampa Interstate study started some 30 years ago, and they always viewed it as a multimodal project. There is a transit corridor there. They are looking at options for express buses. So we just encourage you to move forward and approve the TIP and keep the conversation going. Thank you.
Is this Taylor Ralph or Ralph Taylor? Taylor Ralph? Taylor Ralph. Okay. Valerie Newman? Taylor Ralph. Oh, Bass Acquisition.
Good evening, Chairman and Commission members. Valerie Newman, 4010 West Cass Street, Tampa 33609. In 1992, I was transferred to Miami when Burdines merged with Moss Brothers. I've been there for the last 25 years. I'm back. And unfortunately, I've seen this movie before. I was very happy to escape Miami-Dade County because it is an absolute nightmare. because of poor planning, poor transportation, poor transit, a train that goes nowhere, and very little planning for the millions of people that moved into Miami-Dade County. Express lanes are not the answer. I've missed one flight in my years, and that was due to an accident in an express lane on 95 when I was headed to the Fort Lauderdale airport. Express lanes can cause total and complete gridlock. The other major problem with this whole plan is that in Miami-Dade County, MDX is a private-public partnership. MDX can do whatever they want with the tolls. So while the 3 lanes are in gridlock, the tolls go up. So the tolls can be as high as $13 to ride from downtown Miami to Aventura. If there's no traffic, the tolls are 50 cents, 75 cents, and they fluctuate. This is not equitable. This is absolutely not equitable. When I moved back to Tampa, I moved back into the home that my father built in 1956 on Cass Street. That was the victim of the expansion of 275 just a few years ago. Cass Street is a total and complete abomination. Oh, thank you.
Welcome home anyway. Joshua Barber.
Hello, everyone. Joshua Barber. I'm a USF Master's in Urban Regional Planning student. I live at 2110 West State Street in the North Hyde Park neighborhood. The greater Tampa Bay area obviously has a major transportation problem. It's been well established. We all here, I assume, want a true solution to the problems we face. Congestion to many, but hopefully the unacceptable number of traffic fatalities and bicycle and pedestrian injuries in our county, which has undoubtedly impacted many of our lives. I also assume here that all here whom are speaking, whom are pushing ideas, and ultimately those whom are voting as representatives of us, the people, are doing so out of what they believe is the best in the public interest. Nonetheless, some may be wrong, and despite of their beliefs, they're acting in the public interest. The expansion of I-275 and I-4 to include managed or toll lanes is not an effective or efficient solution to Tampa Bay's transportation problem. The congestion problem will not be solved with interstate expansion. Toll lanes will only serve those who can afford them and will do little to quell overall demand when the interstate is our residents' only option. This project is a public investment that is not only inaccessible and inbeneficial to many, if not most, residents in Hillsborough County, but will have a disproportionate and negative impact on a large population, chiefly low-income and minority communities. Expansion will further erode the roots and character of our urban neighborhoods, destroying our historic districts of Ybor and Tampa Heights. How can you, as MPO board members, beholden to the public interest, allow the historical destruction of these neighborhoods and subjugations of residents to air pollution, increased cancer risk, and deadly road rage not only to continue, but expand? I'm encouraged by FDOT's repositioning on this project, though it reeks of doublespeak. Browsing the new website today, I found talk of complete streets, bike and ped safety, multimodal transportation, better transit, and listening to the community. Pretty refreshing. These are the ideas and type of infrastructure Tampa deserves. I hope as a public organization responsible for the public interest and holden to the public, FDOT can make good on these commitments. And you, as MPO board members, can hold them accountable as well.
Rochelle Reback. She will have 4 minutes. Margaret Shepard has given her 2 minutes.
Thank you. Rochelle Reback, 715 Delaware in Hyde Park in Tampa. FDOT says that this is a complete reset of their transportation plan. They also admit that it will be at least 2 years and maybe 5 years in the making. That means that now, as of now, we have no real plan. I have to believe that that's what it means, because otherwise, what's the point of the reset? So if we have no real plan, how can this board justify restricting $300 million in funds for right-of-way acquisitions? that may or may not be necessary in the future, given the fact that the plan is in development. I strongly object to this funding, this $300 million of funding for voluntary acquisitions, for any acquisitions, even voluntary acquisitions, because as we've seen, FDOT has been a negligent landlord. They've been a negligent steward of the properties that they do acquire, particularly in the historic urban core. These acquisitions bring blight and ruin to our historic neighborhoods. And where there's no definitive necessity to acquire these rights of way for a plan that we're told doesn't really exist yet, then why would we continue to allow that to go forward at this point in time, causing massive displacement and abandonment of huge swaths of our historic neighborhoods? Last year, we were told by some members of the MPO, and you know who you are, that the reason TBX, which was so opposed by the affected communities, was approved last year was because if it wasn't approved, and I quote, the money would go elsewhere. Well, the money may need to go elsewhere because we don't have a plan right now. And so to continue to put this money into a plan that doesn't exist is to either be disingenuous and to be funding the old TBX plan that you had before you last year, or to just restrict funding for no good reason at this point in time. I asked for information about whether that $300 million could be reallocated to other forms of transportation innovation for Tampa, and I was told no, it can't be. You can't use that $300 million to buy the CSX tracks. You can't use it to put in rail. You can't use it to, you can't give it to HART and fund a better bus system. So that $300 million can only be used for right-of-way acquisitions for what we don't have yet, which is a plan. And that seems ridiculous to me as a taxpayer. So I would ask that you remove TBX from the TIP. But barring that, if you choose not to do that because of the positive response you've heard to the rebuilding of the Howard Franklin, for example, and some of those other issues in the West Shore area, then at a minimum, restrict, please, the $300 million of funding for right-of-way acquisitions so that it does not impact the urban core in the city of Tampa when we don't have a plan that requires that and when we have such enormous community opposition. I don't know why this board can't either remove the plan from the TIP and force FDOT to come back with the new plan after the reset so that right-of-way acquisitions can be made only where necessary.
Thank you. Kevin O'Hare.
Good evening. Kevin O'Hare, 4931 Copper Canyon Boulevard, Valrico, Florida. I am a lifelong resident of Valrico, currently a student at the University of Tampa, and I'm here tonight to speak against, for the third time, the immediate removal of Tampa Bay Express from the TIP and to stop land acquisitions in our urban core. Once more, we find ourselves at the apex of a vote that will define our community. We have tonight an opportunity to renew our goals and our hopes for Tampa and for Hillsborough County to become that world-class city that we all desire for it to be. To build this city, we need not reinvent the wheel, but look simply to our origins and our history to find out what exactly we need. Our community was never once like the road-sprawled, induced demand-oriented congestion that we have today. In fact, our city pioneered and was grown on access to quality transportation, from the first commercial flight from Tampa to Janus Landing to the 56 miles of streetcar that in 1910, as cited by the Tampa Chamber of Commerce, or then the known by the Tampa Board of Trade to have annual ridership of over 10 million trips a year. We've created this chaos. We've allowed for our neighborhoods to be divided by concrete walls, creating economic and racial barriers for decades, and are now faced with the choice to strike another nail in the coffin for our community, further separating us from our world-class potential. With all of that being said, I still hold hope. Hope I am reminded of from all the people that have shown up year after year to turn back to disastrous mistakes and choose community over concrete, transit over tolls, and a better future over TBX. I hope you will all join us and work with us to create the world-class city that we all desire. I have faith that tonight will be the night that you all will muster the political courage necessary to end this project and take TBX out of the TIP. Thank you.
Neil Costantino.
Neil Cosentino, U.S. Air Force retired, 708 South Davis Boulevard, representing Global Mobility Consortium. We're going to request position papers in regard to what we call CART, C-A-R-T, which is County Ad Valorem Recovery Tax. County Ad Valorem Recovery Tax. That, if you calculate that, you'll get the true cost of any transportation system that takes property off the tax rolls. We also are going to ask a position paper on why MPO is supporting an elevated roadbed on Gandy versus FDOT 7 design of a cut and cover. In regard to TBX, this is 20th century transportation. Do you understand that? This is we're in the 21st century, and therefore we should be challenged to reach out to big data, reach out to technology, reach out to all our young people, reach out and design a system that is technology smart. That means controlling all our traffic signals from the cloud. Nobody has talked about this. Nobody has talked about this, and it should be talked about. And it should be included. And we challenge MPO, and we challenge the leadership here to move us into the 21st century. Now, for example, we have a 2035 plan. And in this plan, I'll give you an example. In this plan, it says express buses. Okay? Do we have express buses? No. Why is that? We're talking about expanding, we're talking about building rail, and we don't even have something that costs nothing, saves money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Angel D'Angelo.
My name is Angel D'Angelo, 4913 Don Mondi Circle, 33619. That's in an area known as Progress Village, which is largely a community of color that is low income. And I'm sure a lot of my neighbors and fellow people that lived in that area would love to be here, but they have no access to get here because our transit system is absolutely pitiful. I was born and raised here in Hillsborough County, St. Joseph's Hospital, and it is shameful how difficult it is to get around. I don't care about adding another toll road. I don't see how that's going to affect me. I could see how somebody could benefit from it, but it isn't me and it isn't my neighbors. If you've ever had your car break down here in Hillsborough County and you're trying to hold a job, good luck trying to catch a bus. If you are not lucky enough to have your job right next to you where you could walk to it, even with services today like Uber and Lyft, that's a privilege as well that not a lot of people, such as the people living in Robles Park, Belmont Heights, or Seminole Heights, do not have. We need to have access that's sensible, such as buses and rails that will get you from any part of this town to downtown so we can come here and speak to you all. Being that I'm a millennial and a Hillsborough native and I don't plan to go anywhere, if this doesn't change, if we don't get a system that makes sense, you'll be seeing more of me, well, unless you're unsat. And if you know social media, we use that a lot to get the word out, so there'll be a hashtag unseat commissioner, council person, anybody who's not going to work in the favor of the people. You gotta go. It's a new age.
Amit Patel, he will have 6 minutes. Tanisha Johnson and Rashinia James have yielded him their time.
Man, I don't even know where to start.
We'll start with your name and address first.
Yes, sir. Amit Patel, 807 South Oregon Avenue in Hyde Park. First of all, I want to thank the two individuals, the two children that gave me their time to speak. As we sit here today and we listen to all these conversations about transportation planning, we must understand that transportation is for the future. When we make these large investments of $6 billion, $9 billion, $18 billion, whatever number you want to believe, that we're not going to use those resources in our lifetime. And that's going to be a 40 or 50-year investment. And we have to look at the trends and things that are happening in our country and innovation to see, are they going to use that investment? Are they going to be that generation that's really going to ride on toll roads around town? Or are they going to be driving autonomous vehicles, living close to where they live, work, and play? So that's an issue right there. When I started out here a couple years ago, right here at this very meeting in June, 2 years ago, there was only one person that got up here and spoke. That was Miss Lena Young Green. And she spoke about TBX, and the only one. I got here late. And it's been an honor to work with her in the community to start and fire this movement that has become just more than TBX. It's all about what's right. It's about transportation. It's about the future. And I've learned so much about the political process, and this whole time it's been both rewarding, hopeful, and a struggle. DOT is it's still a beast. I say that with all due respect to DOT. When they first started this project, when they first started talking about this project 2 years ago, I can't even tell you all the lies that was being spread about this project. And I say that not to name call or this and that, just because I wasn't used to it. I was a novice. I was new. I've talked to people in the community that have been fighting DOT for 40 years and the government issues. And they'll say whatever they want to say to get their projects passed. And to me, as a private citizen, I thought better of our government, especially of our bureaucracy, and I think better of our leadership too. I hope so. But that's kind of been rattled a little bit over the last couple of years, just between the elections and things like that. But people give me hope. They keep fighting. And you can see here, 2 years later, that we're still here. I can't say that for some people in DOT that worked for the DOT from 2 years ago, but we're still here. I can't say that for some of the Tampa Bay Yes people that were wearing those green shirts. We're still here. And we plan on continuing to be here because you know what? We know what's right. And we're going to keep fighting for what's right. But the progression that we've made in 2 years from, the 400 or 500 people that came out 2 years ago to sitting here late into the night to watch this same board vote 15-1 or 15-1 against us without little discussion, which I thought was a horrific piece of political action, and I let you guys know about that, how I felt about that, to last year, which I thought was awesome. Even though we lost, we got 4 more votes, but nobody limited our time. They let us speak, and you've heard every measurable metric, logic to say TBX is bad, because it is bad. I mean, there's no other way to explain it. How can one project be racist, be economically boondoggle? How could it not serve the future? How could it not be, how can it be based on a study from 30 years ago? How could it hurt the environment? How can it hurt our air quality? How can it destroy the city of Tampa? How can it be downright ugly? The ugly eyesore that is the interstate, All this in one project. It's mind-boggling how bad TBX is. But we're not here to talk about how bad TBX is, right? We want to talk about the future and what we could do to replace TBX. And that's what we thought TBX Next was going to be about. But as we know about DOT, we have to pay very careful attention to all the little details. And the more you read, the more you know they ain't do nothing with TBX besides change the name. And now it's called TB Next or whatever it's called. I mean, they got a little color logo and all that now. It's cute. It's very cute. But the same flaws in their, I won't call it a plan, on the toll roads, because TBX is not a plan. It's just toll roads. It still exists. I see a lot of y'all the same people that were here last year, even though we had election. So I'm assuming that we're probably going to get a similar vote count, probably 12-4. Maybe might pick one up over here. I don't know. But it doesn't matter. You know why? because we're going to keep doing what we do. And we're going to keep fighting, and we're going to take it all the way to the end, where that end leads us. And it's one thing I've noticed in this country. You don't get your way through the political process, we always got the courts. Thank you.
Matthew Schwartz. Suarez. He will have 6 minutes.
I believe you all have some materials.
You want to wait till you get to the microphone, sir? Let me finish?
Sure.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
He will have 6 minutes. Pat Benjamin and Susan Ladeka gave him their time. Now
All right.
you can talk.
Thank you. I believe you all were delivered
Need your
materials.
name and address.
Oh, sure. Matthew Suarez, 402 South Armenia Avenue, 33609, Tampa, Florida. I believe you all were delivered some materials by the MPO staff that I prepared for you all. A few, I would like to first start off with the Memorandum of Understanding. It's good that Mr. Klug's here tonight to listen to it. But nonetheless, just talking about your delegation of authority. Your authority is delegated as a derivative of the U.S. DOT Secretary out of D.C. You therefore also fall under the jurisdiction of the Office of Personnel Management because you're a derivative of Secretary Chow's authority. So I just want to identify that. We have the lineage in order to go ahead and hold everyone accountable here to federal standards, guidance, regulations, rules, and laws. So I just want to make that very clear. That you're under the federal jurisdiction, and this is stipulated through the Memorandum of Understanding in the state of Florida requesting NEPA delegation. So we just want to make that very clear. And that is identified in my correspondence to begin with. I'd like to direct you all to have two graphics in there. One of Tampa, it's a Google Earth image. And then another of Washington, D.C. metro area. And this is the subject matter of directional distribution. If we want to talk about a regional plan here, we can see what the problem is just through this comparative analysis. The comparative analysis is currently we have a radial approach to our interstate system. At the center, there at Tampa, we have our Malfunction Junction, I-4, 275 interchange, whatever you want to call it. If you look at Washington, D.C., you see a beltway, circumferential distribution system that allows traffic to circulate in a beltway fashion around the city, not through the city. You can see regionally that Tampa has an approach that goes through the city. If you look at Washington, you see an approach that goes around the city. That is the problem. That is the regional approach. If you want a regional approach, it's a beltway. It's a beltway, and take the interstate out of going through the city. This is simple comparative analysis. You can see in going into the Washington, D.C., more the downtown and all, you can see, and I put down at the bottom there, note where the interstate shields exist. The interstate shields exist going around the city and then also towards just southwest of the Potomac. But nonetheless, it's outside of the urban concentrations. And that's a very important note. You also do have comparative analysis in that report that compares Ybor City to New Tampa. You can see the failures of land use, poor management of land use through that comparative analysis. This is not fake news. This is just basically looking at Google Earth and looking at what a catastrophe development has been in this county for over 50 years. You also have in your packet information informing you that minority neighborhoods and communities have been adversely, disproportionately impacted by highway, expressway projects and facilities in the past. Multiple times. Again, I want to remind you of your NEPA authority to uphold the National Environmental Policy Act. We will ensure that this body and this board is held to federal standards, laws, regulations, and guidance and such. So I want to make that very clear. Look at that Memorandum of Understanding. It's 22 pages. We will petition the Office of Personnel Management for misconduct. And that will be through reporting Secretary Chow, because at the end of the day, you all have her authority. I want to make that very clear, very clear. So I want you to make sure that you all are listening to this community, not suits, not the business community, and work on behalf of the people, or we will take action. We've already identified pattern of practice of behavior this evening, and we have documentation of, I believe, Mr. Lott, back in September, there was going to be, I think it was seconded by Mr. Hagan, back last September, there was supposed to be an evening meeting in September 2006, and that was denied. Okay? September 2016, September 2016, there was supposed to be an evening meeting at 6 p.m., and that was, I believe it was in August. It was voted on to move that up to 9 o'clock. I have the transcript, I have the record, I've submitted multiple correspondence to Ms. Alden's attention. So again, we're keeping the record. I have almost 3 years worth of records, correspondence, over 250 pages of email correspondence through Federal Highway Administration, FDOT, fathoms of public records requests. So the community can play the game. The community can play the game. We can request public records. We will hold people accountable at the end of the day. And I'm glad that some heads rolled at FDOT. I'm glad that the FBI investigated the Trunco case.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Russell Hires. You know that guy? Poor thing.
Hi guys, my name is Russell Hires. My address is 7019 Sarvis Street. I thought I should tell you a story because I thought it was a little bit fun. It'll be a little bit different, and hopefully it gets the point across. I'm just going to read this. So I want to tell you a story about, do you know why King Arthur had a fight with Lancelot, like back in the Middle Ages, the stories, Arthurian legends? It was so that he could cross the toll road. It was so he could cross the toll road. And so they had to fight, this great fight, and eventually King Arthur wins. Lancelot becomes one of Arthur's best knights, having seen the virtue of free passage on that road. Okay, I mean, it sounds silly, but that's a problem that's frequently mentioned in the Middle Ages. Over and over, many stories talk about toll roads being a problem. And one of the ways that, various powers in Europe consolidated power was by eliminating tolls, by preventing the lords, the wealthy and the powerful from controlling that transit that people were having, over that time. And they became prosperous because of it. And so, it was a measure of freedom to be able to travel those roads without having to worry about those tolls. So remember that you're voting for freedom to vote down this money, for this land acquisition. So I urge you not to return us to the Middle Ages, where only those who are wealthy and powerful get the best use of the roads, and the rest of us are lucky to have roads. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I've been to St. Louis on my own. It's wonderful when you get off the plane and then you say, wow, there's this transit thing. I can get on I don't even remember the name anymore, but you can go on the thing and you can travel and you can go to this great little restaurant. You can sit there with your computer and not have to worry about having to call a cab or an Uber or whatever. You can just go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Dale Tyndall.
Yes, my name is Dale Tyndall. I live in Safety Harbor. And I'm here to say that Pinellas is dependent on Interstate 275 because we only can get to Orlando, we can only get to Gainesville by going on the interstate. And let's think back to year 2005. Can you remember then? That's how long we've been suffering, trying to go across from St. Pete to Tampa, okay, on the Howard Franklin Bridge. I've renamed it, the Howard Franklin parking lot. And I'm here tonight to suggest to you that the reconstruction of the bridge, the 3.5-mile bridge, is going to do nothing to improve traffic flow. Nothing. The problem is not the bridge. And I would encourage you to tell FDOT, don't do that work. Do the work that needs to be done, which is north of the bridge. Okay? So, say Road 60 could get fixed. Okay? So that's what I'm here pleading for you. Make the right decision. If you were a business, okay, you would not be replacing the bridge. You would be spending the taxpayers' dollars so people don't have to sit, okay, and trying to get to Tampa Airport in traffic for 30 minutes. Or people that want to get to work, okay, or get back from home for work on the Howard Franklin Bridge. In the wintertime, when the tourists are here, there's 40 miles of vehicles. If you add all the vehicles in a single line that sit there, and guess what? It's not going to get any better until the year 2025, which is 8 years from now. So I ask you to take a sense of urgency and redirect the money for the Howard Franklin parking lot to be used to improve the roadways immediately. Thank you.
Thank you. Eric Larson.
Good evening, board members. Eric Larson on behalf of Innovation Place, formerly Tampa Innovation Alliance, 10902 McKinley. And just to be clear, our offices are in M2 Gen. I know there's another agency located very close to us that several have referenced tonight. But Innovation Place is supportive and has supported Tampa Bay Next and the efforts, the great efforts that FDOT7 and MPO are making to reset the dialogue and to engage the community in a different way that a few have seen. If you know former Commissioner Mark Sharp, he's your #1 advocate on transit, and we live in a very exciting time. We are in the 21st century, and we are excited about the great things that are happening in the Innovation Place in our Alliance District, the technology coming forth, and we support this connector, getting us downtown, getting us to the places that we need to go. I'm off script a little bit. I'm going to get in trouble probably for that tomorrow. But we represent our 4 major anchors, USF, Florida Hospital, Moffitt Cancer, and Busch Gardens, one of the best theme parks. We don't need to go to Orlando. We have a good one here, just to put a plug in for them. We have 250 plus members in the Innovation, Innovation Place district. I'm sorry, we just rebranded ourselves. And we're determined to help that region grow. We applaud USF in the $4 billion. We believe it should be $8 billion. And part of that is going to be having, the connection, the transportation that gets us to that new place. I know much has been said about toll lanes, and it's not just about toll lanes. We are in that new generation. The introduction of next generation transit and transport technology.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, board members.
Melinda McConey, she will have 4 minutes. Michael Lazasso, yield her 2 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Melinda McConey. I live at 711 East James Street in Tampa, Florida, which is right by the highway, and I do have the concern that should TBX or TBNext or whatever FDOT decides to call it happens, I may lose the place that I live. Also that some people may have a commute that is maybe a few minutes shorter. TBX and projects like it put those who will profit from its construction and FDOT over the residents and small business owners in the great city of Tampa, particularly those of us in the pathway of destruction. TBX could demolish our homes, businesses, and our city's history, all for an expensive project that we do not want. We already have too many highways cutting through our city as is, dividing up neighborhoods and isolating those who cannot afford cars if they do not have easy access to a bus route, which many neighborhoods do not. Jane Jacobs, who is famous for her writing and activism on urban planning, once said, "There is no logic that can be superimposed on the city. People make it, and it is them, not buildings," and I think she would also agree, not highways, that we must fit, to which we must fit our plans. As has already been pointed out, most of the people here, many of the residents of Tampa, have expressed that we want transit not in addition to TBX, but instead of. So to keep it brief, I do ask that you, FDOT, and everybody who is pushing forward this plan of TBX or TB Next, who is it, whose interests are you representing, and who are you fitting these plans to? Because as far as I can tell, it isn't ours. Thank you.
Lena Young Green, and she will have 8 minutes. Patrick Sneed, Rhonda Triplett Coleman, and Lafina Nelson yield her time.
Good evening. It's a pleasure to be here again. I want to let you know how much we appreciate the opportunity to come before you. This is
Ma'am, your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Lena Young Green. My address is 3406 North Avon Avenue in Tampa. This is a great opportunity for us to share our opinions with you. We are the ones that punches our buttons or cross or put our X's in or check mark for our elected officials. We hope that those who sit on this commission who are not elected officials could understand that even though we do not elect you, you still represent our interest. And it's unfair to have representatives who do not have the responsibility of us, the residents, when we come to speak before you, and we don't have the option of going to the ballot box and marking what we feel against or for what you decide. So I just want to put that on your conscience as you make a decision about us. For many, many, many years, several of the projects that we have worked with in our community has been walkable, bikeable, streets that our children could go out and play on, streets where we could feel that we are in a neighborhood, streets where we know each other, we know our neighbors. We have worked hard for that. We've worked hard for that for dozens of years. Here, we are dealing with yet another discussion about roads. It's unbelievable to know that you read, when you look at what DOT has on their website, that you read the words that says, roads do not solve congestion. That's what's on DOT's website. Roads do not solve congestions. And yet we hear over and over that the roads need to be built because we are solving congestion. It doesn't. You heard someone talk today about going to Europe, to other parts of the world that have addressed this issue and have solved it without more roads. Traditionally, historically, you heard tonight already what roads have done to communities like mine. And it's unbelievable that today we're here trying to defend some of the same actions that happened many years ago. 30 years ago, DOT put forward a plan that addressed the kind of lifestyle that we were dealing with then. Baby boomers like myself were looking to run out of the urban core to get away from the area where there were too many people who they didn't want to be close to. Today, our millennials are moving back in. We need to change the way we behave. If you do things the same way, there's a term that they use for that, which is doing things the same way is the definition of a fool, and we don't want to be that. 3 years ago, DOT started talking about bringing this interstate. We had been working for years. In 1980s, we started working on preserving our area. There was a process that the historic folks worked with the federal government to put forward an agreement that we will maintain sections of our community, particularly in Tampa Heights. DOT did not carry out all of their commitments on that. There were buildings that we were supposed to preserve, and the buildings were gone by 3 years ago. We managed to hold on to one building, and we asked DOT to guarantee that our community center would remain. They refused. They were talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, but they did not agree to support keeping our community center. So we went directly to the legislature. We went directly to our elected officials, and they stood up, and they put funds aside so that we could take care of our youth. I'm so proud we have some of our kids here tonight. You're going to see the kind of youth that are coming out of our center. That was what the legislature did. DOT did not do that. We asked them, but they didn't. So now our kids program is going to be secured. But I tell you, we care just as equally about our historic building. We're not going to give up our kids and keep our historic building, or give up our historic building and get rid of our kids. That's not the deal. So whatever you heard earlier here tonight, that is not what it is. The children, we care deeply for the children. We care for our environment. We care for our historic buildings. We want to have more community gardens. We want to have more walkable communities. That's what an urban core is. And those are the things that we treasure most. 3 years ago, we went to T-Bardo, and we told them that this same story that I'm telling you tonight. The head of T-Bardo, the executive director at that time, told T-Bardo that they are not to care about the weeds. Their job is to look overall. Well, Matt showed you tonight that Washington looked overall. They pulled back, and what did they create? A beltway. That's where we need to be. We need to take out our highways. We need to go back to having respect and regard for our urban core and move people around in a more efficient way rather than continuing to build an area that since 1980s or 1960s when it was built, I-4 was then a flaw. The engineers tell us that it's a T design. That's what they tell us. I'm not an engineer. But what I know is that from then until now, we are still hearing the same line. We have to fix the interchange. If you've tried to fix it so many times and it hasn't been fixed using the same design, then something must be wrong. What did we say? You keep doing things the same way. It's a definition of a what? Thank you.
Heaven Eubanks. Heaven Eubanks. Oh, she's coming? She will have 4 minutes because Jalicia Williams yield her time.
Good evening, country ministers, city officials, and Hillsborough County public officials. My name is Heaven Eubanks. I am an incoming 6th grader at Stewart Middle School. I live at 401 East 7th Avenue in Tampa Heights, zip code 33602. I am here today to demand the MPO to remove the past TBX Expressway, which has been changed recently to Tampa Bay next. I live at one of the proposed apartment complexes, which has been identified for demolition. And I think this project is flawed and needs to be changed to serve the entire community at large, not just one concern. I love my community, and I do not want to see any more destruction or expansion of the interstates in Tampa Heights or any other parts that share the rich history which Tampa has preserved. I would love for my generation to have the opportunity to see Ybor City and Tampa Heights reconnected with sidewalks, greenways, and businesses alongside a vibrant boulevard connecting all residents from north to south to east to west. Redo Interstate 275 and I-4 from highways to boulevards to make it more eco-friendly because I support a more healthier community. I joined the Tampa Heights Junior Civics Association in 2014, and I have learned a lot about this community. I am proud to be part of this community that cares about its residents and would like to see a better transportation resolution. Because when I graduate from college, I want to come back to Tampa to work and experience a transportation system that connects people to places in a safe and healthy way. In closing, please remove the Tampa Bay Next Interstate project from the TIP plan, and let's work together to build a transportation system for all. I appreciate your attention and thank you for allowing me to speak.
Mr. Eubanks, I'll be glad I'll be retired by the time you run for county commission. I want you running against me. Job well done. Yeah, he gonna still be here. Rebecca. Rebecca Zarger. Is it Zarger? Rebecca? Missed that young lady. She turned it out, man.
Good evening. Wow, that's a hard act to follow.
It is.
I actually echo some of the comments I'm going to make. So my name is Rebecca Zarger, and I live on East Henry Avenue, Tampa 33604. I'm also an associate professor of anthropology at the University of South Florida, but my comments don't represent the university in any way. Tonight, I speak as a resident who lives a few blocks from 275. I've been a member of the Tampa Heights Community Garden for the last 2 years. My daughter and I have a plot there, and I've grown community in this neighborhood. My students, colleagues, and I have documented the hopes and dreams that young kids living in the urban core have for their neighborhoods and their families. And we got to hear what those were in such eloquent words. They want a future where they have green space to play, where their families have access to healthy food and healthy environments. To put it simply, if you leave TBX Next in the TIP, you're taking those hopes and dreams away from those kids. Especially the box for yet to be determined TBX projects, money to buy properties in Tampa Heights and Ybor, you're taking the future away from those kids. This repeats the racial injustices of the past and should not be accepted now. That's the emotional appeal. Now for logic. This is Tampa's chance to be bold as a region. This is your chance as a body to make a move towards a more sustainable future. And you can make that choice tonight. And the way to do that is to move the $284 million from the TBX Next projects and instead switch the future priority projects to this year, the ones that are listed on the agenda for tonight, including transit connection from downtown to West Shore and the airport, the CSX rail corridor up Highway 41 to USF. I'd like to go on record suggesting that those items be moved from the future to the present, because those are our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Liz Johnson.
Liz Johnson, 5708 River Terrace, Tampa, in Seminole Heights. I come to you as a 6th generation Floridian, and my daughter is the 5th generation of my family, not just to live in Tampa, but to live in Seminole Heights on my street. I tell you this so you know how invested I am in the past, present, and future of Tampa and its heart, the urban core. Today, I'm here to ask you to remove all funding for TBX, or Tampa Bay Next, from the TIP, and I'm making this plea actually from a stance of common ground. You may ask how that's possible, considering how polarizing this issue is, and my answer is simple. My place of common ground is quality of life. Whether you live in the suburbs, the urban core, or someplace in between, we all want the same thing: good quality of life for ourselves and our families. Some say that TBX or Tampa Bay Next will increase their quality of life. Whether or not that's actually the case, one undeniable truth about this project is that it will necessarily decrease quality of life for Tampa residents, particularly the residents of the urban core. If this board were to shift its focus, scrap TBX Tampa Bay Next, and instead act in favor of a truly complete, truly regional, truly multimodal system, I hope the board would opt this way. With this option, the quality of life increases for all at the expense of none. Please remember all of us tonight when you vote on our behalf, for our future, and for our quality of life. Please remove all funding for TBX from the TIP.
Is it David Luce or David Los? He has 4 minutes because Logan Kanea, yield him 2 minutes. Yes, sir.
Thank you. David Luce, 800 South Dakota Avenue, Tampa, Florida, 33607. Good evening, and thank you for your time. I'm here tonight to speak to those of you that are questioning the adoption of the TIP. I understand we may not agree with what the future of transportation looks like in our region, but we can't agree we are at the doorstep of transportation nightmare. Before we address this issue, we need to realize the importance of funding all transportation opportunities and move forward with educating our communities, developing workable solutions, and preserving neighborhoods while exploring tangible, viable options for our residents. Passing this adoption does not mean it is an end-all, be-all. It is about our antiquated transportation system that is barely functional. It's about our future as a growing city. It's about looking ahead of the cart and realizing we may not have the funds available in the future. I understand there is fear and antagonistic attitudes towards certain transportation projects listed in this program. I understand this feeling of uneasiness. We can point fingers and place the blame of these emotions on several factors, but that gets us nowhere. It is time to move forward and work together. This will entail compromise. Being the party of no-go is an obstructive approach and stagnates our growth. How long are we going to wait before we start making decisions? Decisions like these are hard, but through proper management, clear lines of communication, and education, we as a community can take our city to the next level. I'm here tonight as a first-generation Tampanian, a legacy to a small business, and the future of this region. I don't want to destroy your homes. I don't want to destroy your neighborhoods. That is not my business. I want us to work together in creating actionable solutions to our current situation before we hit critical failure. We can no longer afford to be retroactive. I'm in favor of all transportation options and full support of the TIP. I'll leave you with this: the 3 C's in life: choice, chance, and change. You must make the choice to take the chance if you want anything in life to change. Thank you.
Jim Shirk.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you very much for taking our comments. I have several points I'd like to make regarding...
Need your name and address.
James Shirk, 8705 Cove Court, Tampa, Florida. There are several points I'd like to make. The first point is regarding air quality. Throwing 40,000 more cars into the downtown is going to create air quality issues that have not been properly addressed, nor do I see any effort to address them properly. Second, creating toll lanes as a public-private partnership is a financial disaster. PPPs and the toll lanes cannot possibly pay for their debt service. They can't hardly pay for their maintenance. So who's going to pay for these new toll lanes? It ain't going to be the toll payers. It's going to be the taxpayers. Taxpayers of Florida are going to pay for these things, and we're not going to get any value out of them. Third, driving the number of miles every year that this entails as opposed to rail or bus transit will inevitably doom people to die. 1.25 people are killed per 100 million passenger miles or car miles driven, and the same number is 1,000th of that for bus and rail. So just think of which 5 of your friends are you willing to sacrifice to build more roads. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Francisco Pierre Luis.
My name is Francisco Pierre Lewis. I live at 12209 North 16th Street. I consider it a privilege to speak here as a concerned citizen of Hillsborough County. And I think it's, as a student and as a person living here, I think it's an issue that $6 billion is going to be invested in a program when people could have light rail and many other things for a lot less. And as a student, I take the bus every day. I take the bus, it takes me like about an hour and an hour back just so I could get to school. And we could do better as a state and as a city and as a county. We can do a lot better. I mean, we've seen in St. Louis and many other places the success that has taken place because they switched to light rail. And we've heard horror stories from LA and Miami on how it takes maybe an hour or two just to hop on your car and go to work. And we can do better. And all I'm asking and all we're asking is for us to sit down and have a conversation to offer alternatives to TBX, to actually listen. Because I was at the Tampa Bay Next thing where they had like 20 groups and they had to listen to like, you know, people's concerns and opinions. But by many people, we have seen this as to be like a public, you know, PR campaign. And all I'm asking, and all we're asking is for better transit.
Thank you. Jose
Salazar.
There you go.
Thank you. Name's Jose Salazar. I live 2712 East 122nd Avenue, 33612. Before I address this issue of the transportation over here, I'm going to take you to the forest point of view, because right now we're lost in the woods. And what I want to tell you right now, most people know where they're at, but they don't know when they're at in the cycle of things. And right now we're in a cycle of population centers where it's time to redesign, not build or rebuild. All right, because we're at the end of the monosector era and the beginning of the polycentric era. And our transportation system has not yet evolved and taken the next step. All right, 100 years ago, we were also, we're here because the disadvantage of the car is starting to outweigh its advantages. We are here because we're looking for answers and we keep having the same answers, car, car, car. 100 years ago, we were also here. Only at that time, it was the end of the rural area and beginning on the mountain era, and we only had one answer: horse, horse, horse. All right? 100 years ago, we had one car. 2010, it was estimated to have 1 billion cars. By 2035, less than 20 years from now, we're going to have 2 billion cars. All right? And this car dominates society. We're addicted to the car. We cannot see a community, a non-car community. All right? The country, the state, the county is not infinitely rich. People are looking for answers. People want answers. People want change, but they will not change themselves. They cannot see change themselves. All right? But that's too bad. They're going to have to change, because if they want to grow and not just survive, they're going to have to change. All right? Most Americans don't know, don't understand, and don't care just the total amount of resources that the car takes up. And by the way, the biggest amount of resource, the biggest damage that the car has is the physical space. Just look at some of those buildings. Half of those big buildings is nothing but parking lot. Look at all the space it takes up. Now, we need a proactive plan to take a bite out of the car community and build a bicycle community. And the key word is not bicycle, but community. The amount of resources from the car community can be reassigned to a bicycle community. That's one way of paying for it.
Thank you, sir.
Can I, 1 minute?
Yes, sir. Kim DeBosier.
Good evening, Kim DeBosier, 19437 Hiawatha Road, Odessa. That is the very northwest corner of this county. I'm also a civil engineer with an office in the Channel District of the city of Tampa. I co-chair the Transportation Council of the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce. I also was chair of THEA for 4 years. I also sat on the MPO board for 4 years, so I know very well the difficult decisions you all have to make. Do I want transit? Darn right I do. And this is personal. My 25-year-old son lives in Boston. He told me 10 years ago he wasn't going to live here because he wasn't going to live in a city where he had to drive everywhere. So it's real personal for me, but you've heard from the business community. We need this. The guiding principles for transportation for the Tampa Chamber of Commerce revolves around multimodal regional solutions. Sure, we want transit, but that's not going to solve all of our problems. We need all these solutions. So I urge you to continue funding to allow DOT to retool TB Next, to engage, to truly engage the community and satisfy their needs. And also, as HART completes the premium transit study. We have serious studies underway. Please don't stop them before they're complete. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Mike Griffin.
Jeez, wow. Mike Griffin, 201 North Franklin Street. Good evening. The reason why I'm the last one is I came from an event at Amalie Arena with over 700 young professionals. The number one issue that was talked about was transportation. The number one issue was lack of premium transit options. So yes, we all want transit, as Kim had mentioned, and I'm very excited about the premium transit study that's taking place. But this is part of the solution. Doing nothing is not an option. Continuing to do nothing is not an option. Now, when we were here last year, our organization, and I'm the chair of the Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors, we said that we supported this plan, but we got to listen to the community. I think that that is happening in some areas it is not. Changes are being made, personnel-wise, and I'll be honest, some of those are good changes. We have the opportunity, when I tell young people, when I tell the folks that emerge and we have conversations, you have the opportunity to build a plan, to build a network that will last for generations. How exciting is that? But we need people at the table that are willing to work together, that are going to check their differences at the door and find the right solutions for this community. I know that the chamber is there and has been there. We've invited folks from the other side, if you will, into our doors and had those conversations, and we will continue doing that. But I will tell you, last thing is my organization is made up of more than 90% small businesses. Not big businesses, but small businesses. These are job creators. These are the individuals that pay taxes. These are the companies that help create the vibrant community that we have. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud to stand in front of you representing so many small businesses. So, ladies and gentlemen, being the last speaker, good luck with your discussion, and have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, that ends our public hearing. We will now go on to board discussion. Councilman?
Thank you very much. 2 years ago up here, I voted no to support the tip because of TVX. Last year, I again voted no to TVX. But this year, with all this new discussion of Tampa Bay next and whatnot, and the thoughts that I've given to this over the last 2 years, I still can't wrap my head around why we need these toll lanes, these express toll lanes, and how it's going to change the dynamics of transportation here in this country. We went from a streetcar system that after World War II was pulled up, due in part to the automobile companies pushing for automobile ownership. Under President Eisenhower, we had the Federal Highway Act and the building of our interstates that we all know about because they cut through our city. My district is District 6 for the city of Tampa, as a member of Tampa City Council. The interstate cuts right through Seminole Heights, cuts through Tampa Heights, parts of Tampa Heights, and cuts through West Tampa. I've been elected by the people to listen, and these last 2 years here, you know, I've made the decision not to support TVX because I just don't believe in it, and I choose to stand with the citizens, and I can't see myself betraying or turning my back on the people that I represent. Because I see, as I've studied the interstate, you look at pictures of Ybor City, or you look at pictures of what's called Malfunction Junction at I-275 and I-4, and the huge parcels of land, the homes and the businesses that were pulled up. It's unbelievable to build the interstate that we have today. And we think to ourselves, why did it cut through the city? Why did it cut through what's now a historic area, which is Ybor City? Why did it go through lower income areas and displace so many people? And then 50, 60 years later, because this started in the 1950s and into the 1960s, we're still having this discussion where we're not saying let's bring the streetcar back and expand it, which it's coming up in discussion, or we're not saying let's put a referendum on the ballot and build a light rail system. Looking at other cities, people mentioned St. Louis. I went to St. Louis and I used their, I think it's called Metrolink. Coming from the airport right to downtown. I go to Washington, D.C., I get off at Ronald Reagan Airport, I get on the metro and I go through Arlington, I go right into downtown D.C., and I don't miss anything. You come to Tampa, you have to rent a car. You could use Uber and Lyft, maybe take the bus, you're not going to get it from the airport, and you're going to miss everything that makes Tampa beautiful. Why? Because you're going to drive to the destination. People come here, they go to downtown, they go to the Riverwalk, they go to Ybor City, they go to Burns Steakhouse and Columbia Restaurant. But they miss the beauty of everything in between, which is the neighborhoods and the people and the fabric of this community. Why? Because we lack this mass transit system or public transportation system that we need. I wish we could devote all the money to HART, expand the bus service, at least start somewhere where people can come here, people that live here say, you know, we have working solutions. Instead, we focus strictly on automobile ownership. I've thought about TVX for 2 years, and I still just don't see why we need this. I mean, as a kid growing up and as a teenager, when I started driving, I never once thought, you know what's going to ease congestion? An extra lane, widen the interstate, and put an extra paid toll lane. I went down to Miami last year, and I saw I-95 South, and they had their express lanes. There was nothing express about it. It was backed up. The interstate was backed up. So I don't understand why one extra lane dedicated to having to pay a toll just to ride it, for those that can afford it, is going to make any difference. We need to get people off the roads, give people better options, improve our bus system. I was talking with somebody the other day about these self-driving vehicles, the future, express bus service, so many other options. But we have this TVX discussion, which is a huge amount of money. And I've told several people in several neighborhood associations that support TVX. They said, well, we need something. You know, we can't continue on with this congestion. And I told them, I guarantee you, if TVX is built, you will not see a difference with the amount of growth that we expect in the next few years here. So I can't vote in support of the TIP with anything TVX in it. I just can't do it. But I would like to make a motion that we remove any and all TVX elements from the TIP.
Excuse me. Is there a second to the motion? Motion by Councilman Maniscalco, second by Commissioner Kemp. Is there any further discussion on that motion that has pertained to the motion? Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, I'm going to ask for a roll call vote on the motion.
Mr. Klug for Anderson?
No.
Commissioner Kemp?
Yes.
Mr. Bowers? Vice Mayor Boss?
No.
Councilman Cohen?
No.
Mr. Green?
No.
Commissioner Hagan? Ms. Zink for Lopano?
No.
Mayor Lott?
No.
Commissioner Miller?
Yes.
Councilman Vieira?
No.
Commissioner Merman?
No.
Councilman Maniscalco?
Yes.
Mr. Wagner? Ms. Stewart?
No.
Commissioner Christ?
Motion fails.
failed.
Any further discussion? Any further? Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Thank you. I want to start out by thanking all the residents who came forward, everyone who came forward tonight to share their concerns about what is now Tampa Bay Next. I want to, again, I've been here for 3 years, 2 of them on that side, but the testimony, the thoughts, the wisdom was really wonderful, and I thank you for coming to share it. We did move some in the past year. I would have hoped we could have moved further by this time. We have seen some movement, at least as to community engagement, but we've not seen any reset in terms of the proposed project. I just don't think we can separate this project from the unfortunate history of the expressway in our community. In the 1960s, the Federal Highway Administration built expressways through this community as they did across the nation, not just to connect cities, but based on actual federal policy to construct highways through what some called blighted areas. We here were especially hard hit. The truth is the neighborhoods devastated by the interstate were not blighted. They were rich, vibrant, and diverse communities of Central Avenue, West Tampa, Ybor City, Tampa Heights, and Seminole Heights. The residents were displaced, the communities eviscerated, the thriving business districts were bulldozed over. It was a great loss. Unfortunately, we've doubled down on that legacy in the last decade. Once again, Ybor City and West Tampa have already suffered the massive impacts as I-4 and I-275 west of downtown was widened. I agree with FDOT. It is time for a reset and not just as to community engagement. It's time for us to plan for a future of how to move people, not just single occupancy vehicles. We cannot build our way out of congestion. In 2008, I heard a speaker mention this today, the Katy Expressway in Houston was expanded at a cost of $2.8 billion to 26 lanes. It is the largest highway in the world. It had 6 surge pricing lanes in pursuit of a 35-minute congestion-free commute to one point. By 2014, just 6 years later, the 35-minute commute again was turned back into an hour and 50-minute commute. There's just no silver bullet to our transportation problems. We must remember that every time in Hillsborough County that someone turns a key, 92% of the time that they turn a key, they end up in Hillsborough County. Limited access express lanes, which are intended for long distance drives, will be of little use for most of these trips or for our local transit trips. I'd point out this also that this is the only surge pricing project that I've read about across the country, lane surge pricing, that will not be providing, and I hope we can get this into it, access for high occupancy vehicles as they have on all of these around the country. Many have said tonight that we must improve road improvements, both road improvements and transit. I agree. We need premium congestion-proof transit, and we have to do so now. This includes buses, real bus, rapid transit, ferries, and commuter rail, streetcar, protected bikeways, trails, and walkable neighborhoods. I'm pleased that the water ferry is included in this tip, not funded, but included. We should also move forward aggressively to pursue the CSX cargo tracks that connect this region through South Tampa, Ybor City, downtown Tampa, Busch Gardens, USF, Lutz, Pasco County, Town and Country, Clearwater, and St. Petersburg. FDOT has worked in Orlando and Miami to purchase the tracks and convert them for commuter use, lower cost transit option. FDOT should do the same here. FDOT's promised a reset. I am ready for a reset. A reset is not TBX 2.0. A reset means looking at options for interchange improvements with a smaller footprint. A reset means being open to scrapping some or all of the express lanes. A reset is to stopping. A reset as to stopping the acquisition and destruction of property. A reset is aggressively pursuing the CSX cargo tracks for commuter rail. A reset is serving new growth with transit alternatives. A reset is supporting a better bus system and funding it now. A reset means considering and knowing that the grid, the local connections, have already been destroyed by the expressways that now exist. And we have to be considering and thinking about how we reconnect that grid. A reset isn't just writing down the ideas brought from the neighborhoods, it is implementing them. This doesn't mean just meeting them with them in libraries and halls. It means working on their behalf and planning roads and transit. It means advocating on behalf of these solutions in Tallahassee. I also am concerned, it wasn't raised tonight, but I have had it raised to me at many meetings, to take a critical look at the effort to regionalize MPOs. This strikes many as an effort to muffle the voices of the people who are seeking to be heard tonight by making MPOs less local and less responsive to local concerns. This is a valid concern. Our plans for the interstate don't need to be better PR. We need a better project and we need a better plan. I need to see that in action in order to get on board. I am cautiously optimistic that we can get there, but we need results. I'd like to make a motion to remove segments 6, 7, and 8 from the TIP. That would be the interchange north of downtown, the 275 north of downtown, and I-4 east of downtown.
Is there a second? Is there a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Any further discussion? Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Use your microphone. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank all the residents again for coming out today. You're so passionate and so active with this issue, and I just applaud that, because that energy is going to help us get to the solution. I promise you, it will. I've seen communities work together, and this will give us the result that we want. And I hope you believe, and I hope you trust that. We are looking at the long-term interests of our region. I've been at the state level, several of us have, and just rejecting dollars are not good. They don't send the right messages. We have to work out what's good for us. We don't want the state, we don't want the feds to send the solution down for us, and that's what would be wrong. Let's keep working together. We don't want to give in to gridlock. And I love the speaker that he said, party of no-go. No, we don't want to be that. And actually, if you look statewide and what we're getting in terms of dollars in this community and surrounding communities, we are last. We cannot be last anymore. We have to be first, and we have to work together, and we have to have our voice heard with DOT and with the state. That is going to get us what we want, and that is transit. I'm not a big fan of tolls. I'll be honest with you. I'm not. But I'm not ready to make that decision till I see all the facts, all the engineering, all the design that tells us which direction we should go. I'm not ready till I see the premium transit plan come back with all the options. Everything you've talked about here is going to come out a year from now in our premium transit plan. It's going to be an exciting time for this region to come together and say, we've got it now. We've got the answer. This is what we need for our community and for the surrounding communities. And I'm proud of where we're going. And it's not fun watching sausage get made, and that's what is happening. But believe me, we all like it when it's done, and we're ready to cook it up and have a great meal. So I'm just saying that, please have faith. Last year, I did, Commissioner Beckner and I made motions and amendments to the tip. I'm not sure, is that still valid? Or do I need to make another amendment to keep keep DOT in check as far as working with the community?
Let me ask you a question, Commissioner Merman. When are they going to start?
Well, they have been providing us updates here quarterly.
You can do what you want. Yeah.
And I think the accountability is with us. We have to hold them accountable. I remember I asked for why they hadn't been giving us an update. They came a month ago and gave us an update. So it's up to us. And if they're not doing what we want them to do, we've got to go straight to Tallahassee and tell the Secretary of Transportation they're not doing their job.
Oh, they just got that. Excuse me, sir. One more outburst, I'm going to ask you to leave. You done?
No, I do want to make an amendment to the tip that the Department, FDOT, District 7, continue their structure of communication and feedback between the MPO, FDOT, and the citizens with regular feedback, quarterly updates to the subject of TB Next. I want to provide updates on mitigation efforts for the neighborhoods, community engagement, status of PD&E, options for premium transit, and efforts to report on the human impacts of the projects, and to continue their reevaluation process on the TB Next and the different segments. And I think that we need to hold their feet to the fire. And they've been working with me. They've given me reports, but if they're not doing it to everybody, they need to come to this board quarterly, and they need to answer these questions and provide the same information to the citizens.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Christ. Councilman Vieira.
Yes.
Is it to the motion? It has to be to the motion. Councilman Cohen, to the motion.
No, I just on the topic.
Is there any further discussion on the motion? Let me pass the gavel to Councilman Cohen. Commissioner Merman, I hear your motion, and I understand why you're doing it, but that same motion was made, I think, last year. I think I put it in place last year. I think we put it in place the year before. And every time DOT came back to us, the presentation they gave us could have been done by elementary school child. There was nothing in place, nothing they put in place that showed me, as far as I'm concerned, I don't know what the rest of us, anything that they were doing at this particular point in time. Now we've had a shakeup in FDOT, in the Secretary's office, and in Tallahassee. I don't know what else they're going to do anything differently. I really don't. I hope that your motion, that you said, holds their feet to the fire. But I think what we need to do is to make sure that if they're going to be who they say they're going to be, if they're going to talk the talk but not put it on paper and go into the communities and work with this community, why are we even sitting here making this motion? Why even wasting our time making this motion? That's my comment on that. Now, everyone else can vote the way they want to vote, but that's my comment. I made that motion. We gave some stipulations a while back, and they have yet today to uphold those stipulations that we put in place. I made the motion. I know what they were, and they didn't bring them back. Now we have a change up in there. They got TB Next. Where's the plan? Where is the plan? I have yet to see a plan. But we want to talk about $300 million. Where is a plan? I'll take it back now. You can go.
I believe Councilman Vera
Okay.
wanted to speak.
Yes, if I may. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. I also wanted to echo what's been said in terms of thanking everybody who came out here today. I can tell you that serving on City Council, public comment moves minds and it moves hearts of people up there. I know I was moved. I think of some of the comments that were made, and particularly the gentleman, I don't think he's here anymore, but the professor whose daughter was going to Spelman, in terms of the things that he talked about, in terms of the history of the construction of the highway. I'm sure we've all gotten a lot of calls on this over the last few days. And one of the things that I always tell people is that I want to hold FDOT accountable in terms of the outreach that it does in the community. Just today I was talking with some folks at the New Tampa Mosque, which is just on Morrisbridge Road, just outside of my city council district. I want FDOT to reach out to that mosque. I want FDOT to reach out to African American churches, to different organizations that maybe weren't outreached the first time around. And I want to have accountability mechanisms in that regard, reporting on when it was done, who was there, how many people were there. Was it a meeting with 5 people? We want to know if there was just a small meeting. We need to have specific accountability because we can't run away from the history of what happened 30, 40, 50 years ago, because communities here remember, and there's nothing wrong with saying that. Something else that was said, I made a lot of notes, and Mr. Ron Weaver said something to the effect of, we need to trust one another. We need to learn to trust one another again on this issue. Call me naive, but I believe that 85% of the people on both sides can agree on 85% of the issues. That is, I think the vast majority of us, myself included, want transit. We want a 21st century system of transit in this community. We want to pay for it. We know that money doesn't grow on trees. We're talking about additional revenue. That's something that we want. I think we can all agree on that. When I take a look at the HARP Premium study and what's come out so far, I'm very excited for some of the things I see. And when I see TB Next, I look at potential for some of those avenues of transportation, including something that I want to champion, that I love a lot, which is having a transit connector between USF and downtown Tampa. Let's fight for that. Those are things that benefit all the people, including people from the very disadvantaged university area. So I think that we ought to use this as a way to find the things that we agree on, because TB Next, as presented, presents us with a democratic, small d democratic opportunity to advocate for those things. Presently, I choose to trust FDOT on the reset. I take them at their word. And I got to tell you, though, if we see that plan next year or the year thereafter, and it's express toll lanes, there's certainly going to have to be some explaining to do, because for what I've seen in the community, the majority of investments that are wanted from the community are not express toll lanes. It's transit, it's more buses, et cetera. So, but I think we got to keep that dialogue going, and I just wanted to thank everybody for doing that, and I appreciate your words, and I mean that. Thank you.
Is there any other discussion toward the motion? You want us to?
After the motion.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry? Aye. Whoa. Hold up. I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand. Mr. Green, I'm sorry.
Is it possible to make an amendment to the
Sure.
to the motion on the floor?
Yes, there's an amendment to the motion, yes.
I too would like to thank everybody for showing up tonight and continuing to show your dedicated interest in this initiative, especially in your respective neighborhoods. The motion I'd like to make has to do with property acquisition, particularly in Section 6 of the TB Next project. I think continued acquisition of private property is tremendously destabilizing to the existing communities. And I'd like to, if I could, either amend the motion or make a separate motion that this activity be put on hold, at least until we have some of the results from the new SEIS study, and we have a pretty good idea of how the department has vetted some of the options that they say they're going to be considering as part of this reset.
Mr. Green, let me ask you a question. You said the project be put on hold. Are you talking about the entire TIP, or are you talking about sections of TIP?
Property acquisition along Section 6.
Okay. So your motion will probably have to be separate from this motion, because you're going into the details of of the TIP at this particular point in time. So just hold your motion there.
Okay.
We're going to, your motion, and we're going to go back to, we don't forget it now. We're going to go back to, we're going to go back to Commissioner Merman's motion. Commissioner,
Can I just make one comment? My amendment did include mitigation efforts
your amendment? What
in the
amendment?
neighborhoods.
What amendment? Your
The
motion?
motion I made, I'm sorry, it did include that they had to provide regular updates on mitigation efforts for the neighborhoods.
But that's not his motion.
But I
Tim's
know
motion.
it's a
So-
Let's do it.
Thank you, Chairman. So I have a question, because you made some pretty distinct statements about what has happened in the last year. And I was here last year, and Commissioner Merman and Commissioner Beckner went back and forth and made a lot of adjustments to what we expected as an MPO and what we expected as a board on a regular basis. And you're right, Commissioner Merman, we haven't gotten it. And so what would you suggest? What is it that this board can do to hold FDOT accountable if what we're saying is that we want quarterly updates and we're still not getting them and they're being presented like they're coming from an elementary school child? Your words. What is it that we can do? And I think we need to have a conversation about that. What does that look like? If we're putting in writing an amendment to what they've presented and they're still not doing it, and we're not satisfied with the presentations, talk to me about what that looks like.
Are you talking to me or are you talking to Commissioner Merman?
Either one of you.
I'll let you go first. Mine might be more rougher than yours, but go ahead.
To be quite blunt, they don't answer to us. They answer to the Secretary of DOT in Tallahassee. They technically, and we had the same conversation last year, they don't answer to us. We have no real authority over them. But last year, we called them up to the podium, Debbie Hunt and Paul Simon, and they verbally agreed to, what I said, what I asked them to do. So technically, that is really where we stand with the whole issue of DOT. Now, I think these guys are willing to work with us. I don't think there's any acrimonial relationship. And I think that we are in a new day. We've got a new team at DOT. They've only been there, 3 or 4 months. A new team who have been, they've unveiled the TV Next. And I do think, again, I'm giving them the complete benefit of the doubt because I trust that they're going to finally get it and start listening and doing what we ask. The proof will be over the next year in their quarterly updates that they have to bring to us. But technically, they don't answer to us. They answer to the governor, actually.
That's a problem. My suggestion would be is that we temporarily not passing the TIP tonight. But my understanding is if we don't do it tonight, we jeopardize the funding because it has to go before the Department of Transportation in July. So therefore, they had then submitted to the federal government so that we would not get those dollars. If I had my way, that's what I would do until they come back and really show us. Commissioner Merman said she's gotten briefed. I got briefed once, I think, since when they came back with the TB Next. I got briefed by the secretary who's now gone. I have not gotten anything since that particular point in time from anyone since he left. He only left a couple of weeks ago. That would be my suggestion. But the fact of the matter is, people are sitting here talking about give them a chance, give them the opportunity. There's new people at the wheel now. Maybe the car went off in a ditch, and they're now trying to get it out of that ditch. Y'all heard that before, right? I know. I just thought I'd put it out there. But my concern is that when are they going to start doing that? We have had a long time for them to do that. And regardless if there's new people there, some way, somehow, they should have picked up the mantle if there was a mantle there to carry it, and it hasn't been carried. It's just not there. That's my concern. Mr. Wagner.
Yes, sir. I think there's an opportunity here. I think with
Commissioner Merman's amendment was very specific about the requested information. I'm a big fan of putting a stake in the ground, and we have an opportunity to do that with this amendment. We could simply add to that, we would like DOT to report back to this board at the next meeting, after they've had a chance to consider the specifically requested information in this amendment. I would like to give them a chance to look it over, assess what they can and can't do, and report back to us and tell us why they can or cannot do each of those deliverable elements, or how much of it they can deliver on a regularly scheduled basis. I didn't hear anything requested in that amendment that I think is overreaching for DOT. I think DOT can do this. I think there's an opportunity for us to have them come back sooner than on a quarter and just wait and see what you get. Have them come back and tell you what they can do and what they can't do. And then we can talk to them again about that. Maybe there's a different way of shaping the data that we requested for that they can deliver on. But let's give them that chance. And that basically would be my amendment, to require DOT to report back to this board at the next board meeting on what they can deliver with regard to this amendment request.
Mr. Wagner's made an amendment to the motion. Is there a second? Is there a second to the amendment? Second by Reverend Bowers. Is there discussion on the amendment? Mayor Lott?
I believe we're taking a recess in our meeting in July, correct? So we'll be coming back to this in August?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll be August. Is there any discussion on the amendment? See no discussion on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, let it be known by saying aye.
We need a roll call vote.
Pardon?
Mr. Chair, we need a roll call vote, I believe.
We do?
Not for this.
It's amendment to the motion. No, we don't need a roll call vote. All those in favor of the amendment, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed likewise. Motion is adopted. Now back on the amended motion. Is there any further discussion on the amended motion that was made by Commissioner Merman, the second, I think, by Commissioner Christ, if I'm not mistaken? Any discussion on the amendment on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Opposed likewise. Motion is adopted. I think we're now with, Mr. Councilman Rivera, were you done?
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. Councilman Cohen, you're ready. You recognize.
Thank you very much. And I also want to say that the discussion tonight, as always, represents a true labor of love on behalf of all sides that are trying to find our way to a good solution for a lot of our transportation issues in this community. I bought this newspaper about a month ago when I was going through Newark Airport. It says, "Your commute sucks." It's the New York Post. And I hold it up because this is a city with one of the most storied transportation networks in the world that has a combination of roads, trains, ferries, and all sorts of other options, and it is at the brink of gridlock this summer. Many other American cities are in the same place, and I mention this because this is a national problem. The country is growing, the infrastructure has not been maintained, and we find ourselves dealing with all kinds of congestion, whether it's here at home or this weekend. I was in Central Florida, and it was congested everywhere. I believe very strongly that we need a transit alternative, multiple transit alternatives for this community. I also believe, however, that we need to enhance our roads. We need both. We need to make investments in every form of transportation, multimodal, in order to deal with not just the population we have, but the population that we anticipate having. I serve with Commissioner Merman and Commissioner Kemp on a transportation management area leadership group that has met 22 times in the last couple of years. And each year we put out a list of priorities, and it's made up of the MPOs of Pasco, Pinellas, and Hillsborough County. And this year we took all references to express lanes out of our interstate modernization project priority. And we did so to reflect the reset that has taken place, which I hope, will look at a lot of other alternatives besides toll lanes. Things like using the existing shoulders that we already have that are very, very wide, that could provide additional capacity through some of these interchanges, providing some lanes for actual real express buses that would have a designated corridor to travel in, the regional transit study that is going to be looking at all of the 5 CSX corridors that have been designated as possible sites for premium transit. We're also going to we've also prioritized for the first time waterborne transportation, which of course means ferries. And I think that could be interpreted to mean a lot more than just that. It might even be able to be interpreted to mean river taxis along the Hillsborough River and other alternatives for moving people around. The point of this, though, is that we have to continue the discussions in order to get to the point where we can really evaluate the different options. And right now, we are not yet there. We have a premium transit study that is due out in about 9 months. We're going to start seeing the results of it soon. We have this reset, which, you know, albeit FDOT may not have a reputation for forthrightness in the past, but they have a new group of people there. They have been making an effort to meet with the community, and I also went on the St. Louis trip. And what I learned from the St. Louis trip was that rather than starting with a solution, they started with a problem and went to the community and said, okay, here's what we need to solve. What are the values and what are the principles that we want to employ in order to get to an answer? That's what I want to see happen this year. I hope that when we are sitting here next year, we will have actually had a process that will bring us to road solutions that will not include toll lanes. But we're not going to get there unless we continue the discussion. And I want to make it very clear that my interest in continuing the discussion is the principal reason that I'm going to continue to support the TIP. It doesn't mean I'm going to continue to support it ad infinitum into the future, but I will tell you that there is no construction for the most contentious parts of this project for years and years and years from now. In terms of the right-of-way acquisition, my read of the TIP is that all of the money for next year's acquisition is in the West Shore area, not in the area around the downtown interchange. Again, that happens in the out years, and that can be changed. So I guess where I want to say in closing is that this is a process. And we have an opportunity. It feels like it was just a year ago that we were here having this conversation. But you want to know something? I think we've made enormous progress in this year. I believe we are in a better place today than we were a year ago. We may not be as far as some would want us to get, but we are definitely headed in the right direction. And I am just not willing yet to pull the plug on that, because I am afraid that if the money for these projects goes to another region, that in this environment, it'll be a long, long time before we have another crack at this apple. Thank you.
Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want a point of information because I also believed, maybe Ms. Alden could answer this. I also believe that in the TIP, the $300 million for property acquisition was in the West Shore area. Can you just clarify that?
That's correct. It is spread over 5 years, and it is all in the West Shore interchange area.
Thank you.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Chairman, that was going to be my question also. I wasn't sure if it was all in the West Shore area or there was some of it being used in the Section 6. But if it's all in the West Shore area, then I will withdraw my motion.
Okay. Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
I'd like to move approval of the TIP.
Is there a second? The motion by Commissioner Merman and second by Reverend Bowers to move the approval of the TIP. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Klug for Anderson.
Yes.
Commissioner Kemp.
No.
Mr. Bowers. Vice Mayor Boss.
Yes.
Councilman Cohen.
Yes.
Mr. Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Hagan is absent. Ms. Zink for Lopano.
Yes.
Mayor Lott.
Yes.
Commissioner Miller.
No.
Councilman Vieira.
Yes.
Commissioner Merman.
Yes.
Councilman Maniscalco.
No.
Mr. Wagner.
Yes.
Ms. Stewart.
Yes.
Commissioner Christ.
Yes.
Motion carried.
By your vote, the motion is adopted. We're now moving to the Executive Director's report. Ms. Alden.
Thank you, sir. And my report is in your board folders. If you have any further questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, and we are in recess in July. We will not be meeting in July, but the policy committee is recessed in June. Seeing no further discussion, we adjourn.